All right, things are looking golden. Let me check and make sure that the stream is healthy. Excuse me. Okay, audio seems to be fine, for the game at least. Input, no, audio. There we go. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it's just a little bit quiet. I don't know, the game. I love you, baby. Okay, yeah, things are looking good. All right, now we just wait for some folks to join and get the party started. All right. Are you religious? Says no one. That is a wild way to start a stream. Am I religious? That's a good question. I guess you could say I'm still figuring that out. I think I'm more spiritual than I am religious. I don't think I could nail myself down to a specific religion, you know. Hey, Dave is here. No, that's Dev, sorry. What is this game called? This game, Dev, is called Splitgate 2. The alpha is currently open. You are free to check it out if you'd like. Is this Splitgate? It is Splitgate. It's Splitgate 2 specifically. And currently the alpha is open for anybody to try out. I actually got a chance to play this thing early. I didn't get a lot of time, though, with the 4v4 stuff. But let me say, there is a mode called Multi-Team Portal Warfare, which is essentially Splitgate's response to, like, Warzone, Titanfall's Attrition, Big Team Battle, that kind of stuff. And Multi-Team Portal Warfare was a ton of fun. And I'm actually really, really looking forward to playing more of that. The 4v4 stuff, though, I need to spend more time with it. No Splitgate. Stargate, okay. I actually haven't seen Stargate. Have you ever heard of the Shroud of Turin? What is that? Really? It's very, very old. I was going to say that sounds like an ability in an RPG. The Shroud of Turin. Finally, a good Halo game. Infinite was a flop. Hey, Andre. You're only half right. Glad to see a different game besides Halo. Is that what it is? What is that supposed to be? Jesus' face on it?
Like he did a sweat on it or something?
Like he did a sweat? He wrapped his face in that and it... Man. Splitgate 2, let's go. I fucking love Splitgate. It says 40 Act Studios. Yeah, Splitgate 1 was pretty fun. I mean, I definitely will not... I'm not confused why Splitgate 1 never took off. It's, unfortunately, one of those games that really only caters towards incredibly aggressive players. But Splitgate 2, they're trying to make some changes in order to make it a more palatable game for most people. Here, I am going to be... I'm going to be tweeting this out quickly, that I'm streaming it. I'm playing the Halo Alternative. Splitgate 2, come join. Ah. Your post has been published. I think I posted it before I even copy and pasted the link. That's an oopsie. Here, let me... you know what? I will put the link down below that, because what's super weird about social media is they will suppress links to other websites because they count that as like deactivating a user. You know, if they click on a thing and it takes them away from the social media site, then they've been deactivated and they're no longer, you know, engaging with the site. So they will deliberately suppress links, which sucks, but it is the way it is. Got no choice but to work with it, you know. What do you all think of the Splitgate 2 alpha? I'm currently chatting about it here. Okay. There, that's a decent one. Okay. I hope Splitgate 2 doesn't need a 3080 Ti for minimum settings. Thankfully, it doesn't seem that way. Okay, is the only playlist available Arena Quick Play? Okay, I guess we're trying out Arena. First, let's make our loadout. So there's 3 of these. They call them factions, but you can think of them more like I don't even want to say heroes, because they're not heroes. All of these guys are mute, you know? It's more of like a play style to lock in. And then once you've locked that in, you get access to a custom set of loadouts for this faction. You can make up to like 5 of them. And see, this faction here, Sabrask, it's got its own specific weapons that are all tailor-made for this class. And then if you go over to like this dude, see, he's got like similar weapons where he's got this carbine thing, which is a one-shot single-shot rifle. He's got an assault rifle and stuff, but they all thematically fit, I guess, the faction. If you're a Halo fan, it is you know, at first glance, it's very similar to Halo 4, which is a little bit uncomfortable, but thankfully in practice, it doesn't seem to feel quite like Halo 4. It actually feels a lot more like 360 era Call of Duty games. You're still running your system on the Legend of the 1080 Ti, right? 1080p, medium settings. I'm actually doing 1440p on a mix of high to medium, or medium to high settings. Oh, let me turn down the game audio just a smidge. It's not the worst performing game in the world. Like, I completely understand why I have to be doing medium to high settings, and I'm kind of surprised that it's not forcing me to go lower. That being said, Splitgate 1 was also a fairly well optimized game. I was pretty happy with the way that Splitgate 1 performed.
Occupy the zone and defend it to score.
Okay, I'm just checking out, making sure that all of my keys are what I want them to be. I'm thinking, honestly, of switching the sprint key to C, and then putting crouch to shift, because that's actually how I play Halo. If you're wondering why, because that sounds like an insane key setup, it's because I want to be able to kind of spam crouch. I think this thing's a shotgun. Damn it. Okay. And what's your frame rate so far? I'm playing it safe and keeping it locked to 60 FPS. But so far, I'm not seeing any drops. They definitely took inspiration from Destiny for the 3 classes. I'm not sure if I'd say it was Destiny, because I think there probably is some like game design reason why they picked specifically those 3 classes. The only comparison I think I could probably draw is, at least with Halo Infinite, during production of that game, they had identified 3 different key types of Halo players, And so I wonder with Splitgate 2 if they ran into that same conclusion. For Halo, at least, it was defensive players, aggressive players, and then support players. Support player being the kinds that would... support players being the kinds of people that would, like, run around and get in warthogs, drive them so that you can hop on the gunner seat. The kinds that would kind of carry the equipment, like the drop wall and stuff, and deploy it for the team. Aggressive players are the ones that were super into Halo 5, like those games that kind of like enable super sweaty play styles. And I bet you that Splitgate had kind of like that same internal evaluation, which is what informed like the different class systems. And you know, Bungie probably also felt the same way when they were designing Destiny. It's one of those things where, like, at first glance it does seem like who's copying who, but then you see what happened behind the scenes and you realize it's actually a larger pattern that most game developers are reaching on their own, just because of the way that they interpret data during their research periods. This game looks cool, but the first one got repetitive fast, so I'm going to wait till it comes out. Yeah, the problem with the first game, and this is... I like the first game, but I will never defend its longevity or lack of longevity. The issue that Splitgate 1 had was, if you think of Halo, there were a lot of elements that made Halo super varied in its combat. So just off the bat, from a gameplay perspective, you got your melee, your gun, and your grenade. And those three things inform kind of like the infantry combat. And then beyond the infantry, you've got things like vehicles, turrets, as well as a varied sandbox that doesn't really conform to typical weapon archetypes. So it's like most shooters would have like pistol, revolver, shotgun, SMG, that kind of stuff. Halo had weird things like plasma rifle, brute shot, plasma pistol, like alongside like kind of typical weapon archetypes. The problem with Splitgate is all it had for its core player gameplay was your grenades and your melee. Or no grenades, sorry. No grenades. It was just your gun and your melee, and that was it. That's all that informed combat. You were either shooting or meleeing at people. There were no grenades involved, and there were no vehicles, no turrets, no anything. So combat was pretty simplistic. And for this game, that's another purpose behind the factions and stuff. I mean, this game has, like, offensive grenades now. You know, it has defensive grenades. It has, like, drop walls. It has all these, like, crazy powers that you can do. Because it's, you know, trying to inject a little bit more depth into the combat loop. Not that every game needs to be super complicated, but there is such a thing as too much simplicity. And one thing I can say for sure, despite me, you know, not being the hugest fan of, like, loadouts and shooters, Splitgate 2 does have more variety, I think, in its combat at any given moment. Damn it. I was gonna see if I could get that guy. If you ever see an enemy portal open up, what you've got to do is basically place your portal over it. Because then it kind of, like, shuts theirs down. Technically, you had grenades for portal denial only. I didn't count grenades because they're not really a part of the combat. Exactly, that's why I got tired of it quickly. Yep. So if that exhausted you about the first Splitgate, that it was just shoot, punch, and that was it as far as combat went, you'll probably think that Splitgate 2 is an improvement, because there definitely are more elements this time to combat. And thankfully, that was an issue with Splitgate 1 that they identified. There's a lot of people that ask why, they, you know, when Splitgate was having that viral moment in the sun where everybody was playing it, why they just immediately shut it down and announced that they were doing another one. That's why. It's because they, as developers, identified that there was no way that they could keep Splitgate alive. It had that core fundamental issue of there was not enough depth to the combat. So they wanted to start over with a sequel where they could, from the ground up, make a game that had variety. And what's kind of interesting is when talking to Ian, the dude who is in charge of this studio, he's not actually like a veteran game designer or anything. Splitgate is actually his first ever video game. And he is a big fan of Xbox 360 era video games. And you can kind of see that with Splitgate 1. It was basically like baby's first Halo, you know? And for Splitgate 2, he wanted to include not just Halo elements, but he was looking at all the games that he liked playing when he was young. So he was drawing comparisons to the older Call of Duty games from the Xbox 360. He was drawing comparisons to like Halo Reach and stuff like that. He was trying to kind of turn Splitgate 2 into this celebration of 360 era shooters.
Watch out, enemy is going for a capture.
Splitgate 1 weirdly felt more like Black Ops 3 without the build mechanics mix things up. Yeah, it was, I think it's the jetpacks that made it feel that way. Because the jetpacks functioned almost identically to the way Black Ops 3's jetpacks functioned. You had, like, the little, like, thrust up into the air. Damn it. They finally added a slide that everyone wanted. Well, I wouldn't say everyone. I certainly was not asking for a slide. I'm a little bit tired of slide in games. I miss more heavy, more grounded, weighty movement.
Your teammate is attempting a capture.
I feel like we need to stop looking at Splitgate from the vantage point of its relation to Halo, especially with how unique Splitgate 2 looks. Yeah, Splitgate 2 definitely is not Halo with portals anymore. It's going to take a little bit of time to kind of figure out the kind of game that Splitgate wants to be, I think. And definitely, I think, the messaging. Because off the bat, like, the whole faction thing, you know, that they're talking about, people don't like hero stuff. And at first glance, that faction thing, it looks like a hero shooter. But none of these guys actually have voice lines. None of them speak. They're all completely silent. It really is just... To be honest, they could have put it into the create a class thing and it wouldn't have mattered too much. It really is just like a perk or an equipment type. But they gotta figure out how they can, like, assure people that, don't worry, this isn't a Concord, you know? That's not the kind of game that they're making. They weren't even looking at the kind of games that Concord probably was when they were developing Splitgate 2. Here, let's try out that other one. What is that? The Warden? Let's try out that... Or is the Warden the gun I was just using? No. Here we go. There we go. I really like this Warden thing. I got to play the game a little bit early, and this was the one that I ran around with the most. Alright. There we go. Oh my god. Okay. Damn it. I keep getting my... Okay, I'm gonna do it. I'm just gonna do it, okay? I am putting sprint on C. Because my Halo muscle memory is just... It's overriding any common sense movement. Crouch will be shift. There we go. There we go. There we go. That feels a lot better. It's now X-Defiant with portals. God, I hope not. I will say this, it feels a hell of a lot better to play than X-Defiant. X-Defiant is probably, like, alongside Concord, just an astonishing lack of personality. Or even just, like, charisma. And thankfully, this does not have that same, like, lack of charisma. Like, there is enthusiasm behind Splitgate, you know? Sprint on C, vomit! Kevin, before you get... So, the reason that Sprint is on C is because it is my muscle memory that I built up from playing Halo Combat Evolved and Halo 2 on PC, where, since there is no sprint, shift is the crouch button, and because, you know, shift is right there next to your movement keys and stuff, it's just a big old button to press. I actually do the same thing on Halo Infinite. I've got shift as my crouch button. Yeah, Kevin's here.
Watch out, enemy is going for a capture.
The thing with factions is that it seems like it's either just going to be a hero shooter like X-Defiant or something that's going to be hard to expand on later due to how much work goes into one faction. I could see problems arise if they tried adding more factions. Because I think having just 3 factions is the best way to go down, and then what you probably want to do is give the factions different abilities that you can equip. Because if they started doing kind of like a Rainbow Six Siege thing or like an Overwatch thing where they kept adding factions, the simplicity of just pick from, you know, one of 3, I think it's going to get lost. And people could get easily overwhelmed. Mr. Nowhere's here. Has anyone made the obligatory "it's not hard to be a Halo killer" right now joke? If so, bring me their kneecaps. Mr. Nowhere, thank you so much for the $50, dude. I really appreciate it. It's good to see you, dude. And surprisingly, no. Nobody's made that joke yet. I am so shocked. That's one that's like an easy joke for most people to make. Dude, I really, really appreciate it. How you doing, Kevin? Have you tried it out yet? Don't want it to get too much like Apex, having like 40 characters. Yeah, I don't want it to end up like Apex Legends. If you give the factions different abilities, wouldn't that just be like classes, like with subclasses? Yeah, that's, I think I mentioned it before. The concern I have about the way that the factions work is, so Q is your smart wall, and then you have like a passive, which sort of functions like a perk from Call of Duty. So you select that, then you go into your custom loadouts, and you select 2 perks, which are also passives. And it's just, it does kind of feel like a subclass within a class, you know? That is my concern, I think, with it. But thankfully, the classes, or the factions, I guess as they call them, they do justify their existence somewhat by having their own weapons. You know, like this Sabras guy, he's running around with this very industrial-looking rifle. And if you were doing like another class, that wouldn't necessarily work. You'd get your own class equivalent version of that weapon. If this was something like Halo, I'd probably take more issue with it. Just because Halo, I think, benefits more from if every single weapon in the sandbox is doing something incredibly unique. And then you have like a sandbox of 40 unique weapons that all feel completely different from one another, and that's a lot of variety. But Splitgate 2 is not inspired by Halo. You know, Splitgate is trying to kind of like recapture the vibes of a bunch of Xbox 360 era shooters. So it's not going to go for the more arcadey, more arena style sandbox variety. Damn it! I wanted to whip out the baseball bat, but the animation was a tad too slow. Multiple characters per faction in the future. Maybe, but they don't seem to be doing characters. Like the faction dudes that you play as, they're all completely silent. So it doesn't feel like they're going to go the route where it's like, you have to pick Alex. He's the guy who has the healing pack, you know, or something like that. I don't think that they're going that route. At least I can only hope. Splitgate 3, or not Splitgate 3. Wow, Splitgate 3, we're getting ahead of ourselves. Killing Floor 3 depresses me a lot. Yeah, here's the burst rifle of that Meridian faction. Here is one thing about the factions, actually, that I think has already kind of shot itself in the foot, I guess. So you can see here in this alpha, they're all kind of color-based. Like that Eros one has like a white and pink thing going on. Sabrask has like an industrial orange color. And then Meridian has like that purple thing going on. Well, once the full game launches and people begin customizing their stuff, all of that color goes out the window. And I don't know if the silhouettes are interesting or unique enough from a distance for you to be able to tell like who they are and what they do. Here, let's try out Eros for a little bit. Mr. Nowhere, are you going to be downloading Splitgate 2? It's on Xbox currently. Yeah, I meant more like a new character model for a new ability along with a passive ability. They probably could do something like that. Though I wonder if that would get in the way of, like, customization. I don't know, it's going to be tough. I'm not sure how they could communicate to people what the different factions do just because of the... with customization, like what would happen, I guess, if like Meridian had like a cat mobster, you know, in a suit skin that you could buy. Like, well, then you kind of break the look of that Meridian character, the kind of like super futuristic purple look. So it's going to be interesting to see how Splitgate does its monetization and its customization, if they're going to try to stick to the general silhouettes, or if they're gonna have to start getting a little bit more wild and wacky looking. Oh god, I saw Killing Floor 3. It really looks bad. Yeah, Killing Floor 3 looks like they spent a lot of time developing the wrong game. They're oh god, I forgot who owns Tripwire. It's the same group that owns the Payday 3 developers, and we saw how that kind of like pressure caused them to also kind of make the wrong game with Payday 3. And now Payday 3 is unfortunately in a very similar situation to like Halo Infinite, where they spent about a year kind of like undoing a lot of unpopular design decisions, and unfortunately the player base did not return. And so now they're kind of winding down their live support. So Payday 3 will just kind of always, unfortunately, be in this relatively unpolished state compared to previous Payday games. And I'm very worried about Killing Floor 3, because it looks like history will be repeating itself with that game. They made the wrong game. Not super interested, honestly. I'm more into single player. That's alright. You used to be competitive. Not that kind of guy anymore. Yeah, I feel like the last game that I really, really, really got into with any kind of competitive interest, to an extent, that I like actually honestly sweated in was probably maybe Black Ops 2 or Advanced Warfare. And then Halo 5 was about the time when I began cooling off of like playing super sweaty. And then by the time of Halo Infinite, I usually avoid ranked stuff. It's one of those like just aspects of I think getting older and seeing new game releases constantly coming out. You start to realize that getting good and sweating in a new game release, it's never really worth it because there's always going to be another one. I'm competitive in Super Smash, though. Catch my Marth. You play Marth in Smash? Which one's your favorite? What's wrong with Killing Floor 3? Oh, boy. So, Killing Floor is kind of like this, Killing Floor is very fun. It's a British zombie survival game, and it has a very fun kind of like B-movie setup, which is an evil cloning company makes monster clones that break out of containment and then run amok and kill all the staff, so nobody can shut off the cloning machine. So it's pumped and the cloning facility is automated, so it's just making horrible monsters. And that's it. They run amok in England and completely trash the place, and you are a survivor. And with Killing Floor, so because of that setup and the kind of like B-movie vibes, it's very like, very gory, very like slasher comedy. Like the monster clones all look like deformed humans, and they've got like chainsaws for arms. They've got like axes and stuff like that. But then for Killing Floor 3, they went for more of this like sleek, high-tech, like modern-day, like holograms and stuff like that, robotics, cyborgs. And then, of course, you know, the original game, you picked a class that you could level up in the classes. You know, they all had their different perks and stuff. But for Killing Floor 3, they decided to get rid of the class system and replace it with a specialist system. And each specialist has their own unique, quirky voice lines. It's rough, man. It's really rough out there. Yeah, my brother and I, we grew up playing Killing Floor, so Killing Floor 3 is like, it hurts, man. I thought Killing Floor was French. That was the second game. The second game had a weird French theme going on because its launch map was Paris, and which was a cool backdrop. You know, you've got Paris burning, and you can see the Eiffel Tower in the distance, like tipped over and on fire, as like all of these horrible cloned genetic abominations are like running around and trashing stores and cafes. It's really good stuff, but Killing Floor 3, unfortunately, you know, and Killing Floor 3 also, it has a hub world and an animation where you fly in on this like VTOL, you know, and you got your specialists and they're all witty banter. It's just like one of the top comments on like Killing Floor 3 was, "I hate millennial writing so much," and it was like, yeah. It's just got that, like, that just, like, everybody is Iron Man from the MCU, and it's very, very annoying. Killing Floor was always funny, but it was not, like, MCU-style humor. Which game is this, might I ask? This is Splitgate 2. The alpha is open on Xbox, PlayStation, and PC, and it's free to download. So if you want to try it out, give it a shot. The developers are looking for feedback. The primary inspirations for this game were Xbox 360 era shooters such as Halo Reach, Halo 3, as well as the 360 era Call of Duty games like Modern Warfare 2.
Incredible work. We're all tied up now. Let's win it.
The specialist system killed Gears of War's hard mode. Killing Floor 1 was the first PC game I ever played, actually. Really? You know, when I got my first MacBook in high school, Killing Floor 1 was the one of the first games that I got for it. I didn't have a PC that was strong enough for the longest time to play Killing Floor 1. Yeah, that's fun to think about. That was a while ago. And my best friend, he was super into that game. He didn't play many video games outside of just Halo, but Killing Floor was the exception. He did like Killing Floor. Oh boy. Yeah, that's a great way to describe it. The humor in Killing Floor was like Sam Raimi. Nowadays it's Joss Whedon. That's the best way to describe it. Like, it's... Yeah, that's an excellent way to describe Killing Floor 1. It felt like a Sam Raimi slasher movie. Where it's just like, it's very dry, it's matter of fact with what's going on. Like, it's never, there's this, like, confidence in its presentation that's hard to describe, where Joss Whedon stuff is usually undercutting and kind of joking about the context of what's going on so that it can get in the way of anybody pointing out how dumb it is. That's the best way to describe it. Okay, I'm about to unlock an attachment, I think, for this thing. Hey, I've got a perk unlocked. Faster reload of Sabrask weapons. All right, let's do it. Fun. Okay. You can see it's 360 era Call of Duty game. You unlock different grenades, different perks at different ranks. You level up your weapon. Right now, my assault rifle is only rank 1. You know, so I can't get the extended mag yet. You don't have to worry. It's not like Modern Warzone where there's 500 different attachments. There's only one kind of extended mag. From what you've played, did they fix the problems of Splitgate 1? They definitely did. The biggest problem with Splitgate 1 is that there were not enough elements to combat. So it was just shooting and punching, and that got extremely repetitive and extremely exhausting after a while, because there was no way to contribute to a battle other than get better at shooting and punching people. Because that was it. That was the only way to impact the flow of combat. And with this game, there are a lot more elements to battle. Something about this game feels off. I played the closed beta a while ago, and I'm hoping I enjoy it a little bit more now. Give it a try. There were quite a couple of changes, not just to the way that the classes and the loadouts are balanced, but also the time to kill and the weight and movement of the soldiers. Because I know what you're talking about. I played the closed beta, and I did not enjoy my time at all with it. But this feels considerably better. Damn it.
We captured the zone. Well done.
I like Ultimate started in Brawl as a wee lad. Brawl! Mr. Nowhere, what is your opinion of the competitive Smash players that have like an insanely negative view of Smash Bros. Brawl? Because I'll be honest, man, Smash Bros. Brawl is probably my favorite Smash Bros. Game. Like, I think I enjoyed the act of playing Melee better, but if I had to pick Melee or Brawl as the game I have to play for the rest of my life, I'd choose Brawl. I'm more interested in the story, and let me tell you, the comics they put out were not it, Chief. I'm very glad you mentioned those comics, because I had a chance to talk... I have a lot of chances, actually. Ian is an awesome guy. The co-founder of 1047, who, you know, it's the developer of Splitgate. I got a chance to ask him about that. I asked him, like, hey, man, what is this? Why does this exist? Ian is pretty embarrassed about the Splitgate comic. And the vibe... Like, basically, think back to the reveal of Splitgate 2. That trailer. The dude with the haircut, you know, in the reveal trailer. Like, that whole vibe. And then the, like, are you elite enough to be the best of the best? Like, that whole energy that the reveal of Splitgate 2 gave off. He's very embarrassed about it. And the reason that they had that direction at the reveal for Splitgate 2 was because of an individual in the studio who is super heavy in pushing that direction for the game. And due to a number of reasons, that individual is no longer at their company. Which is why Splitgate, if you notice recent marketing, that guy with the haircut, you're not going to see him ever again. That Splitgate comic is going to be taken offline and removed and probably never mentioned again. Ian is very not happy with that comic, and this version of Splitgate 2 is a lot closer to the vibes he wanted to go for. EA did something good, folks. What did EA do? Let's see. EA is releasing the source code for Command & Conquer and adding Steam Workshop support. That's awesome. I've literally got nothing but good things to say. I hope they still do stuff with the lore. I'm not sure if I'm interested, though, in Splitgate lore. Because, you know, as much as I'm enjoying this, I don't care about the world of Splitgate. Because what are they going to do? The tournament? The players in the tournament? Like, it's just... It's not, like, the most interesting setup for a game, I think, when your pitch is... It's a game that everyone's playing. It's just like, so the only thing at stake in this game, what we're battling for, is the in-universe ego of the players. Like, that's it. That's what's at stake, is fictional characters' pride. It's just not the most interesting setup for a game or a universe. And so exploring the lore of the tournament and how the tournament was made and who the players are, like, none of that's interesting to me. And that is the one miss, I think, for Splitgate 2, is that they settled on a very uninteresting framing. Somebody asked what I think of the finals. Finals, I don't think of the finals too much. I think I played finals for like a minute, maybe 2 minutes. I think I played 2 matches, and then I kind of like was like, I get it. I know what kind of game this is, and I uninstalled it and never really looked back. How is the finals, though? Is it doing good?
Opponent is going for a capture.
Yeah, like what helps with, I think, Splitgate is that connection to Halo, as well as just the genuine enthusiasm from the developers, like Ian. I think that guy's heart is in the right place, and 1047, they are small enough as a studio that they don't have a lot of, like, that corporate, you know, 500 different people contributing to a soulless feeling game. Like, there is a genuine enthusiasm for video games that comes from Ian and his guys. I think there's only like 50 people. It might be 50 or 150. Either way, like, Splitgate is a game that I do want to believe in, and I really hope that Splitgate 2 is the game that finally kind of breaks out of the mold and gets them kind of like a community. Because Splitgate 1, that was a great first attempt from guys who had never built a game before. And hopefully this is the time, you know, second try, it sticks. That's what I'm hoping for. Kathleen Kennedy leaving Lucasfilm is the biggest W of 2025 so far. Oh, she's leaving, is she? Big yikes with the finals announcers being AI voices. Yeah, I also don't like that. I don't like that the announcers in the finals are not real people.
Opponent is going for a capture. Watch out.
Yeah, that's a yikes from me, dog.
Another round win. But we're not done yet. Let's focus.
The finals is Battlefield for Zoomers. Not even. Because judging by, like, the player counts, it doesn't even seem like the Zoomers are interested in the finals. Thank God they removed the guy with the haircut and the whole vibe. Very similar to Concord. Pretty cringy and, yeah, millennial. Yeah. Yeah, I felt yeah. It's just... Man. Man, that was awful, right? That was like, what's the opposite of marketing? Anti-marketing? When you spend, like, a ton of money in order to get people to not play your game. That's kind of what it felt like. The guy with the haircut and that whole just vibe of the original Splitgate 2 reveal. There are folks like running around who have already unlocked the battle rifle. Splitgate 1 maps, I think, deserve some lore. They were very cool, very mysterious. Well, Splitgate 1, I love this period, usually, of most new franchises. It's this Twilight era where the game comes out, the developers don't quite know what the universe is yet. So it's this kind of like melting pot of all of these different ideas. And none of them are concrete, and you don't really know how they all connect, because even the developers don't. And that's what I think made the vibes of Splitgate 1's map so cool, is you didn't quite know how this all connected. Damn it. If you're wondering about Splitgate, this thing right here, this is Splitgate's equivalent of the energy sword from Halo. It's a baseball bat. Just insta-kill, crazy badass melee weapon. AI voiceovers for the final would be my guess of budget restrictions. They said the reason that they did it was so that they could have more voices, more lines added to the game without having to reach back out to those voice actors, which probably does factor into budgets, but I feel like after the game took off, why wouldn't you then replace all those AI voices with real voice actors, you know? Yeah, it rubs me the wrong way. It doesn't feel quite right. By the way, anyone know how to actually get this on Xbox? It won't let me download it on the store. It never ran too well on my PC. This is actually running better than the other time that I played Splitgate on this PC. So I am pleasantly surprised by the performance upgrades. But obviously PCs are all very different from one another. It's not exactly a one-size-fits-all. The 1080 Ti just refuses to quit, man. I know I should upgrade. Like, I have to. I do have to upgrade, because... But the 1080 Ti, It's like a decade-long card, it feels like. Please, Splitgate 2, just get real voices. No. What I mean is, did I say Splitgate 2? What I meant was the finals. The finals has AI voices, not Splitgate 2. The idea of AI voice announcer sounds bad, but it is just an announcer. If we're talking about main characters in a story, it absolutely needs actors. I agree with that. I think the only instance where I could understand AI announcers would be if you got a real voice to announce, basically take a Jeff Steitzer and do all of the double kill, triple kill, get everything done, including the objective lines and stuff, and then you would use AI to provide slightly different takes that could fit the context. So you've got the original performance of that guy, but then let's say it's a very action-heavy double kill that you get. You can have double kill, like one that's a little bit more enthusiastic. That's the only instance where I think AI could work. I do think that there should be kind of like a human at the core. Because the problem with the announcers in the finals is they just sound weird, dude. Like, they do not sound right. The jokes they make don't land because they don't enunciate correctly, and they don't deliver it in a humorous way. There's that lack of just there's an art to delivering a joke, and the AI just fundamentally don't understand how to do it. What would happen if overnight AI took all our jobs and we were all simultaneously fired? Hypothetical scenario. Would there be an uproar? Well, the thing is, I don't think AI is in a position where it can take anybody's proper jobs right now. I think even current situations where jobs are being lost due to AI, I think it's only a matter of time before people start getting rehired. Because AI does still have limitations, and people are very good at noticing if what they're interacting with is not real, because the thing that they're interacting with is not particularly helpful. It's just AI's not adaptable enough to replace an actual human. They already did that with machine translation. Stuff like machine translation, I can understand, like translation software, but a lot of that has been automated for a while, right? Usually what happens is you have folks overseeing the translation to make sure that's correct. I could be completely wrong. Microsoft reactivated an entire nuclear power plant to power their... Did they? That's insane, dude. Like, I know that nuclear power is not nearly... it's got a stigma to it that's not entirely... It's not like Chernobyl. Nuclear power is no longer like Chernobyl. But that is... There's... Something's gonna give. Something's gonna give eventually. Microsoft said they were barely making any money with AI recently. Yep. Yeah, it's just, AI is currently in this bizarre gold rush, where everybody is rushing to do as much as they can with AI, spend as much money as they can on AI. And what they're realizing is they're having to put in a lot of, basically, handlers for AI. Because the AI will get so much wrong that you can't just leave it to its own devices, It's going to mess something up. So there's always got to be human oversight. And at that point, if you've always got human oversight, just rather than waste all this money on power so that you can have these AI systems that need to be overseen anyways because they're getting stuff wrong, just, cut your costs, bring back a human workforce. That seems to be the direction that some folk are taking. And I talked to this it was the art director for Halo Wars 2 about like AI stuff in art. And the way he described it was he's not remotely like worried about AI because he thinks AI will eventually just become a tool for human creatives. He said you're going to have like your blunders, kind of like what Call of Duty did recently, where they just straight up had AI creating their calling cards, and all of it looks terrible. None of it has soul. Like that Santa Claus with 6 fingers and stuff. Like, yeah, people notice that. And they can feel that, like, there's something hollow about your game. You know, and we're even getting to the point now where not using AI is becoming, like, a popular trend. It's almost like crypto and stuff like that, where people who like AI seem to be the only people that are interested in AI now. Because everybody else kind of prefers the human touch.
Closing in on the win. Don't let them get there.
Splitgate 2 looks really great gameplay-wise, and the devs seem like honest folks. I just don't really like the art style. It seems super soulless and generic. Yeah, I'm not the big fan of like this, you know, the kind of like esports of the future arena tournament type vibe. There's this thing that I wrote for my Splitgate 2 video that I ended up cutting because I couldn't figure out how to make it work. What I feel like is I'm going to hold this off for, I think, my official review of Splitgate once the actual game comes out, because I think the alpha is focusing on specific things. But when the official game does reveal, what I'm going to focus on is, in a game kind of like Call of Duty or Halo, or like, you know, futuristic, historical, modern, like any of those settings, having it be a real in-universe conflict, it means that the battlegrounds that you fight in have an actual, you know, you've got like libraries, hospitals, town squares, villages, space stations. Like they are real locations in the world of the game that even if you don't care, it makes the world, it makes the conflict feel like there's a little bit more of a reason for it to be going on. Where with this, it's like, because it's a tournament, it's all fake arena-y stuff. There isn't any, like, anything at stake. You're not fighting over anything. I mean, you wouldn't be anyway, but the best comparison I can make is when I was a kid and I'd do water gun fights with my brother. We didn't, you know, before we started doing our water gun fights, we didn't say, okay, here are the rules. We're fighting in an arena to be the best that there is. Okay, go. Like, we pretended like we were in the thick of battle, man. You know, like our little water guns, they were shooting real bullets or lasers or whatever. We were dying for our countries for real, man. Even if it's fake, we want to pretend. And it never vibes with me when a game starts off by saying, okay, none of it's real, and the only thing at stake is your ego or prize money in this fictional world. It's always like, really? That is one beefy bolt action. Yeah, that sniper rifle. The animations in this game are great. Like, Splitgate 1 as, like, this tiny little indie game was already, like, astonishingly good. You know, obviously it wouldn't have come within spitting distance of, like, other games. But it was surprisingly punching above its weight. And Splitgate 2 now, these are really, really excellent first-person animations. So far, I have not seen a single action that feels like half-cooked. They all flow together really well. Oh boy. Whoops. I forgot I had a bat in my secondary. AR reload animation. Yep. That's what I was thinking of. This Sabrask assault rifle feels very good to reload. This thing also feels great. Like just the whoosh of the charging handle. Too much purple. Yeah, there is a lot of purple going on. I also hope that the final game lets you tweak and customize the outline on enemy players, because it's fine on some maps. Oof. But the specific hue of red that they picked sometimes gets lost in the pink, I find, and some of the orange, which are heavy color tones that they're using. And so I hope that we get a little bit more control over the outlines. I think I leveled up my dude. There we go, extended mag. Now my pistol doesn't have anything. Kills progress, equipment cooldown. I'm going to do that because it reloads faster. Rapid deployment, we'll do that as well. Hey, we got the shotgun. This shotgun feels really good. When I played with it behind closed doors during the private alpha test, I really enjoyed running around with the shotgun. Game is technically really cool, but like it's kind of just Halo 4 if they fully committed. It does feel a bit like that. The intent for the game, for Splitgate 2, was that they were looking at eras from the Xbox 360. Blunder, says Wifey. What did I miss? Did I do a Kit Boga blunder?
No, you said one.
Oh, blunder! This shotgun feels really good. It reminds me of this one shotgun from Destiny. I can't remember the name of it, but I was thinking of the Arrows mag flip on the AR. Yep, that one's also really good. Yeah, it's just there's a lot of like style behind the animations. Are we waiting for the enemy team to lock in? How do you feel about the game so far? A few games I've played are very fun. When I played the closed alpha months ago, I was not having a good time. I was very confused and overwhelmed. When I played recently, I played only 2 matches, and I was not having a good time either. Though, to be fair, I was up against Call of Duty guys, so they pretty much had the gameplay locked down. Out in the open, though, I'm not hating it. I'm not hating it. I see a little bit of what they're doing. Because at first I did have like that Halo. I was like, oh god, like here we go again. Like, flashes of Halo 4. But talking to Ian about like, why are there 3 different shotguns that all do the same thing? Why are there 3 different burst rifles? He said to get the Halo comparisons out of my mind a little bit. Because what he wanted to do for Splitgate 2 was get away from Halo and actually incorporate as many 360 era shooters as he could into the game. So Halo is in there, but so is Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. So is a little bit of Battlefield. Like there were a bunch of different games that they wanted to incorporate because he plays a lot of shooters, and he feels like there aren't a lot of games anymore that do the kind of things that like his favorites from the 360 era, like the original Modern Warfare 2, do as well. And so for Splitgate 2, they're thinking of how can we expand the reach of Splitgate. We're borrowing and being inspired by Halo quite a bit. Why don't we see if we can remind people of other greats from the 360 era? So when he described it like that, I completely turned around on the loadouts, because now I get it. I get what they're going for. And it does kind of work.
Pushing for the zone. Consider backup. We've got 2 hills secured. Losing C.
The big difference between Halo 4 and Splitgate 2 is Splitgate 2 is fun. I think Halo 4 feels kind of like junk food. where it's incredibly satisfying when you play a single match because the game is so easy to stomp in, but repeated matches you get less and less like satisfaction from it because your skill is not being challenged by that game at all.
Opponent is taking A. Capture underway. Be alert.
Like you're getting nothing out of Halo 4 by playing it long term because there is no skill involved. But I do think that there is actually genuine value in a lot of Halo 4's big team battle stuff. The multi-team Portal Warfare that I don't think is live yet, that thing gives huge Halo 4 big team battle vibes. And I think that it works really, really well because of that. Damn it. D-scope is better than view kick. Yep, I'm with you there. I do prefer D-scope. I think it's a little bit cleaner. It's easier. Maybe not easier, because it is still, like, you know, the point of it is to be disruptive, but view kick, I'm thinking of, like, Modern Warfare 2 from the Xbox 360, where you're, like, aiming down your sights at a guy, and then he hits you, and you're like, boom, boom, boom. You're, like, looking at the sky for a second. And I'm not even sure how you would fix that, because you could say, okay, remove view flinch from Modern Warfare 2. Well, then everybody has a laser beam gun, and there's no way to knock their aim off of you. So it's just like, I think Halo's solution to that problem, how do you knock the view off of, when a guy's locked in on you, how do you knock their view off? I think Halo figured it out. I think D-scope worked. Is it going to be free? It is going to be free. Portal Warfare is live? Okay, we're going to hop in Portal Warfare afterwards. Yeah, Isaiah, you have an original Xbox One, don't you? Crap. Because I don't think Splitgate 2... Hopefully Splitgate 2 comes to, I don't know, the original Xbox. I doubt it, though. I think... Isn't this Unreal Engine 5? No, I think it's 4. I think they're still doing Unreal Engine 4. Yeah, Isaiah, Portal Warfare, man. If you've been... If you need to scratch, like, a Warzone or a Halo 4 Big Team Battle itch, the multi-team Portal Warfare mode felt the closest to that I think any recent video game has.
Your teammate is going for a cap. Might need an assist. Got 2 hills secured. Losing B.
Here we go. You can see this Eros dude, he has like a little stim pack that lets him go super fast. Is there a no portal mode? I think that they said there will be one, but it's not in the alpha. And I think a no portal mode would actually slap. Which is like crazy to say, you know, but there's enough complexity in the game, I think, with just the loadouts, the different equipment you can select, that if they did a no portal mode, there would still be enough depth to the game that it could be fun. Whereas Splitgate 1, the no portal mode sort of sucked. Because at that point, all you've got is punching and shooting.
Capture in progress. Heads up, enemy zone capture in progress.
The dev said last gen version will be after launch. Gotcha. The last time a game did that was X-Defiant, and X-Defiant didn't do it, so I'm concerned Splitgate will do the same. I'm going to be watching Splitgate very closely. One thing that I will say about X-Defiant is X-Defiant, Tom Clancy's XD, a Ubisoft original. My wife, who is sitting over there, can attest to this. She saw me playing it, and she said, "This looks like one of the shitty mobile games my douchebag ex would play." And she's right. Like, X-Defiant had this just... this gross kind of, like, lack of identity, lack of soul. And Splitgate 2, as annoying as kind of, like, the arena stuff is, I do think that there is more charisma to Splitgate 2, especially since they dropped that original reveal trailer thing that they were going for. The guy with the haircut, I constantly say.
Your teammate is going for a cap. Might need an assist.
Yeah, X-Defiant, within 10 minutes of playing it, I knew that it didn't have legs.
Opponent is going for a
Like,
cap.
none of the guns felt good to use. The animations didn't blend well together. There was just this jankiness that's hard to explain and didn't work. Where with Splitgate, like, that animation right there of them hopping through the portals, that was more polished looking than anything I've seen in X-Defiant. Halo 4's back, but with a Concord skin. No. Thankfully, it's not like that. God, that would suck. Oh my God, the lead animator of Concord is working on Fortnite. Which, good for them, whoever they are, that they were able to land on their feet. Because I think Concord, the biggest problem with Concord was the creative direction. The actual artists who just did what they were told, the animators who did what they were told, all of them were exceptionally talented. Like, if you look at Concord's first-person animations, they are extremely polished looking. Same with the character animations. Just, they're attached to very high fidelity, super high fidelity, but conceptually ugly character designs.
Capture in progress. Hold your ground.
So the people that made the actual assets that appear in Concord, the people who animated those assets, all of those people, I really hope that they get work because they're extremely talented folk. It's just creatively, the direction they were given is what was the problem. Concord is a game that let down its own developers.
Teammate is capturing B. Your teammate is going for a capture.
Halo Studios picked up the Concord marketing lead. That's not even like... I saw a lot of people angry about that, and I stopped and tried to think about it objectively, because a marketing lead is not in charge of the creative direction of the game, you know? Like, the marketing lead, it wasn't their fault that they were like, hey, what if we make, like, an annoying orange trash can as a character? What if we copy Drax the Destroyer and Yondu? Like, that wasn't the marketing team's decision. Their job was to present what was there to the public. And I'm thinking of, like, the animations that they would do, the cuts of the trailers and how they edited the trailers together, as well as, like, I'm thinking of, like, you know, Concord, and it would do the whoosh, 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 zoom, and the animations and the line work and all of that stuff. And all of that was, like, polished and had style to it. Just what it was advertising was fundamentally unmarketable.
Heads up. Enemy zone
So
capture in progress.
I don't think it's as bad as people think.
Full threat. Keep it up. Incredible win. Way to bring home the victory.
There was no marketing for Concord, though. Oh, no. There was marketing for Concord, believe it or not. Not nearly enough marketing, because I think they couldn't figure out how to make Concord exciting. There were trailers. There were promotional things. There were little ads that showed up on websites, and all the graphics and stuff for those ads were all excellent. They were super polished looking. And the trailers for Concord were all super, super polished looking. Just, if I was in their position, I'd be kind of stuck too. Because how do you market Concord? Like, Concord is a property where the more you show of it, the less likable it is. Here, let's try Meridian. Hello, Late Night. How's the game? Played the first a while back. It's very different from Splitgate 1. In a good way, I think, so far. Splitgate 1 was more or less Halo with portals. Splitgate 2 is all of your favorite Xbox 360 games put into a blender with portals. So it's got old 360 era Call of Duty in here. It's got Halo in here. And then, of course, there's the portal system.
Taking the lead.
Just the name Concord sounds about as exciting as the actual game. The name Concord, the only thing I think of when I think of Concord, like not even like the place Concord, I think of Flight of the Concord. And I don't even know what that is in reference to. I just know that that's a thing. Flight of the Concord is a thing that has been said in literature. Enough to where it's in the back of my brain, even though I don't know what Flight of the Concord is. I don't get it. Yeah, Concord, I don't get it. It's an odd name to pick.
We've fallen behind. Let's turn this around.
I guess my issue with Splitgate 2 is that since Halo Infinite doesn't do it, I just have a massive Halo itch, and I really want to scratch it. Oh, man. Yeah, I can get that. And apparently the alpha, Ian has said he's very excited to see what people think, because they've been holding back a lot of stuff.
The lead. Let's get it back.
What's very nice about Ian is he's fairly, like, down-to-earth as a dude. We did a lot of talking about Halo Infinite and the problems with Halo Infinite, its launch specifically. And he's very keenly aware of, you know, how Halo Infinite launched. And it does seem like he knows that the community for Splitgate, like specifically Splitgate 1, there does need to be something in the game for them. Because you can't just force them to be okay with a lot of the changes that they've made, even if the changes ultimately turn out to be very popular. So, he did say that they are interested in a classic mode of some kind that doesn't have, like, the loadout system and stuff. Concord Grape, says Rebecca. See, I think if Concord took inspiration from Concord Grapes, then you'd probably have a little bit more of a pulse with that game. Flight of the Conchords, Bowie's in space. Check it out. Well, isn't Concord, Flight of the Conchords is named after that. Flight of the Concorde was a big plane that crashed, I think. Also, Concorde was, and that Flight of the Concorde was probably a story about that plane that crashed. That's also hilarious. If Concorde was named after a famous historical plane that fucking crashed. Flight of the Conchords. American sitcom, musical duo. Let's just try Flight of the Concorde. It's a New Zealand musical. No, because it's before that. Flight of the Conchords, disambiguous. Really? Is it just those guys? Okay. Huh. Wow, I'm learning something new every day. And so then they must have named their band Flight of the Conchords because it sounds super poetic, and it is in reference to a famous plane that crashed named Concorde. Okay, cool, interesting. Ah! Yeah, Concorde's game gives the same vibes as the Callisto Protocol. Yeah. It's too specific, I guess. Like one of the many things that we all know about, like Microsoft adding the subtitle Combat Evolved to the original Halo. That one I go back and forth on because Halo had not proven itself yet, so I understand Microsoft's fear and worry. But also, Halo Combat Evolved is a very silly name where I think Halo would have worked just fine. I mean, when you boot up Halo 1, it just says Halo at the main menu. And that's on purpose. Even the side of the box art, it doesn't say Combat Evolved, it just says Halo. But Bungie, apparently, they wanted to call Halo Reach just Reach. That's all, like, that's why when you boot up Halo Reach on the 360, it just says Reach. And that's one where I actually side with Microsoft. I'm like, no. I'm sorry, guys. It is a smart move to call the game Halo Reach. There was a lot of stuff like that back on the 360. Once upon a time, the creatives at Call of Duty, they wanted Modern Warfare to get away from the Call of Duty branding. They wanted like Modern Warfare itself to become its own franchise, independent of Call of Duty. It was going to start with Modern Warfare 2, but Activision did a lot of focus group testing, and people didn't know what Modern Warfare was without the Call of Duty branding attached to it. It was like the recognition for Modern Warfare 2 shot up by like 70% when they added the Call of Duty branding to the game's title. So they stuck with that. But in an act of like pettiness, you know, similar to Reach, when you boot up the original Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, you don't see Call of Duty on the main menu. You just see the name Modern Warfare 2. Reach City on Reach Planet, says the wifey. Because Modern Warfare is generic. Yeah, Modern Warfare, it gives like that, like modern combat, modern war fighter, shooter, like, yeah, very, very, very generic. Like what made the Modern Warfare sub-brand work for Call of Duty was that it was specifically Call of Duty, the one that takes place in modern times, you know? Because for the longest time, Call of Duty was a World War II shooter. If you spun Modern Warfare off into its own franchise, you have locked that IP into an unexpandable? There's probably a better word to use. But you know what I mean. Like, you've made that franchise's whole identity that it is modern combat. Like, you can't ever have a Modern Warfare game set in World War II, you know? So I totally get where Activision was coming from, because it would have just hurt Modern Warfare if they turned it into its own property. It worked better as a sub-branding of the Call of Duty series. What you're seeing is Advanced Warfare. That was cool. Like, Advanced Warfare, I think, is a Call of Duty game I'm going to have to revisit. I don't know if I could ever play through the campaign again, because I don't really get a lot out of Call of Duty campaigns. But Advanced Warfare has a lot of really iconic moments where it was just like, that was cool. I think of when Kevin Spacey gives your guy the little Atlas business card and he flips it over and it says Atlas, and then there's the thunder and lightning strike that boom transitions to you looking at a rifle that has the same branding on the side of it. Like, that was clean, that transition. And then yeah, I think of the casual title drop of the game where you're looking at all the weird drones and the buildings that are like assembling themselves, and he's like, what you're seeing here is Advanced Warfare. Modern Warfare 1942. Oh my god. Modern Warfare, Ancient Rome. Oh, we're about to level up Meridian. Tagline, modern is only a concept. Modern Warfare 1942. Tagline, this was Modern Warfare 100 years ago. Modern depends on your point of view. You're like a centurion. Like, all right, Accius, take this spear. This is made with the finest bronze in the Roman Empire. This is Modern Warfare. I don't even... They didn't use bronze for their weapons, did they? Surely... When was steel... was steel invented or was it discovered? I'm fairly certain you have to make steel, right? Or am I completely wrong? Oh, we're playing basically oddball, I think. Is it weird that I like Halo 4 and Halo Infinite's lore and story as the Halo 3 fanboy? People back then liked them too before. Now all I see is hate. I don't think it's weird at all. Like, everybody has very different preferences. And you don't have to feel like you're the odd one out for liking a thing, you know? Just be confident, you know? Don't feel ashamed or don't feel like you have to constantly doubt why you like the thing or let other people spoil your enthusiasm for the thing. The thing about the Halo community is they're very, they almost talk themselves to death. Where if you... It's just like a problem with fandoms in general, I think. When The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom came out, there is a big Legend of Zelda YouTuber that made a video, like an hour-long breakdown of the game, and he started it by saying, now the real question I have to ask is Tears of the Kingdom any good? And it's like, I felt like I was going crazy. It's like, what are you... Yes! Yes, undeniably, yes, it's good. Why do you even have to ask that, man? And it's because, you know, fandoms, they kind of analyze and analyze and analyze themselves into the grave. Because they are so hyper-focused on only their games that they then compare their games to other games. So if a game is not as... If an award-winning game here isn't as good as the award-winning game over there, that means that this award-winning game sucks. And it's not until you get out of fandoms and look at gaming at large when you're like, oh yeah, all of these games are great. It's just a problem that all of fandom has. So let's see if we can deliver the what's it called? The split ball? Damn it.
Opponent has 2 points. Watch out.
Classic English. Thou shalt build thy blade with ye finest metal. You're in the presence of modern warfare. Modern Warfare 1242.
Enemy team has 2 points.
There's this... Oh my god. Oh god.
We lost.
Oh, there's this YouTuber named 2ClicksPhilip. That's his second channel. He did this video talking about one of the Total War games, and I laughed so hard because he was like, I think it was Rome. He was like, the Roman Empire. And the music was like cyberpunky, like Deus Ex, like you know, you could picture it playing over a drone shot of an advanced skyline, and he's like, the peak of technological engineering, and it's just like ancient Rome, but he's talking about it like it's this highly advanced futuristic world. God, that was pretty funny. That's the vibe I'm getting now. Remember when there was that Robin Hood movie that they made, but they tried to, like, modernize Robin Hood? So Robin Hood is, like, it's still taking place back then, where the most advanced form of projectile weaponry was, like, a trebuchet, or a crossbow that you had to insert the bolt into and then wind it up. But that movie had, like, machine gun crossbows that you reloaded via magazines, and Robin Hood was like running around in like jeans and combat boots. And the Sheriff of Nottingham looked like he was wearing a modern day suit. Like, no, it's not Men in Tights. This movie was straightforward serious. Like, it was an attempt to kind of do Robin Hood, but the Dark Knight. It was at the time when everybody was still high off of the Dark Knight trilogy, and so you got, like, gritty, real reboots of, like, old shows, movies, stories. And it was a gritty Dark Knight-esque reboot of Robin Hood. And they were, like, shooting machine gun crossbows and doing, like, karate and stuff. I think, what's his name? Electro? Jamie Foxx. He's in it. Modern Warfare, Fall of the Bronze Age. Modern Warfare, The Eyes of March. Or is it The Ides of March? I think it's The Ides of March. Sounds like Van Helsing. It is, but stupid. And it was a Robin Hood movie. I'm not liking this map, man. Yeah, the maps, they all have like that esports look to them that I'm not the biggest fan of. So is this going to kill Halo finally? No. No, because Halo is Halo. Or Splitgate is Splitgate. But what I'm hoping for this game is that it can finally have a big enough cult following that the studio making it can sustain themselves. Because the studio that is making Splitgate, the head of it, Ian, the co-founder, Splitgate was his first game fresh out of college. His first game ever made, and he went into it with just, I really like Halo, and I also really like the game Portal. He didn't really know anything about game design, and he still got that, like, fresh-faced enthusiasm where he remembers staying up all night playing Modern Warfare 2 on his Xbox 360, and he wants to make more games like that for people, because he feels like there are too many games now where you boot it up and there's 500 different attachments you have to sift through. You have to go on YouTube to figure out what the best build is, and he's like, we need more like just straightforward, simplistic shooters, man. And that's an energy that I respect quite a lot. So I do have respect for Splitgate because of that. The problem with Splitgate 1 is it was too simplistic. And the core, the bones of the idea were not fully fleshed out, so there were a lot of kind of like weaknesses in it. That Robin Hood is PG-13 and has a 14% on Rotten Tomatoes. Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. God, we don't get a lot of movies like that anymore. Because they're too risky. Like, Hollywood just splurged out all of these bad, like, Dark Knight twists on fantasy. Remember, there was also, wasn't there a Jack and the Giant Beanstalk movie that ended with, like, a Lord of the Rings battle with, like, cave trolls flinging fireballs at like a castle wall or something? Like, we don't get that stuff anymore because Hollywood figured out the hard way that no one's gonna see them. And the best we've gotten recently has come from Sony with their crappy like superhero movies, and I'm just like, man, we need more bad, unbelievably expensive bad movies in theaters. It used to be that stuff like Madam Web was guaranteed every year, that you would have at least 5 of them. And now it's like Madam Web type unintentional comedies are a dime a dozen. Megalopolis. Megalopolis, I've heard, is very, very, very funny. But if I want to see it because apparently Adam Driver does a very silly accent in that movie. Here, let's hop into Portal Warfare. What is no brakes? Yes, here it is. Guys, Isaiah, this is the mode that I was talking about that I really like. I see somebody who is saying a naughty word and asks if I have banned him, and the answer is not yet. But do not worry. You are going to get 10 minutes, sir. We need more So Bad It's Good and Awesome movies. See, I wouldn't even say that, because I don't think anyone would say Madam Web is so bad it's awesome, or like Morbius, or... In fact, actually, the wife and I saw Morbius, and we were very... I was disappointed. It was not a train wreck. I was expecting a comedy of bad decisions, and the funniest scene in that movie was them trying to make Matt Smith, like, hot and sexy. Like, remember where Matt Smith became a vampire and then he was like dancing alone to himself in that apartment and like combing his hair and stuff, and they were doing the song? That was funny. But the rest of the movie wasn't very funny. Like, it was just it was what it was, you know. Rise of Skywalker was a comedy. Even Rise of Skywalker, I think, like, I remember seeing it in the theaters and feeling almost like out of breath because of how fast that movie went. Like, I felt like I had no room to breathe. Oof, says the wife. Oh, she remembers, yeah. That was more been out during Morbius. I wish that Rebecca and I were married and like had the insanely close relationship that we have right now, because we would have probably seen Morbius in the theaters. We saw this movie with Adam Driver in it where he crash lands on prehistoric Earth with a girl that can't speak English, and they run around for maybe 30 minutes, and then I think wasn't it like the meteorite that was going to destroy the dinosaur was like in the sky and it was coming, and a T-Rex wanted to eat them, and they had to defeat the T-Rex or something so that they could get in their ship to escape from the asteroid? Something like that. Yeah, that's 65. Yeah. That movie, Rebecca calls them little flicks, where it's just kind of like this very like low energy movie, but it's inoffensive, and so it's just like a little flick. And I looked up that movie because I was like, this seems like a lot of money went into this. And apparently that movie, that 65 movie, was pretty much butchered by Sony. Because when it was being made, the idea was supposed to be that it was going to have like some generic name, like Survival or something like that. And it wouldn't be until the end of the movie when the meteor would crash and the dinosaurs and everything that you'd see time pass on the planet and all the dinosaurs dying out. And then you'd start to see early civilization and then buildings being erected. And then you'd be like, oh my God, the place they crash landed on was ancient Earth. They traveled through time. Like, it was supposed to be a big twist. But then Sony saw the movie and they thought people would be bored. So they ordered the name of the movie be 65, like to reference 65 million years ago or whatever. And then ordered a text blurb at the start of the movie explicitly saying that the movie would take place in Earth's past. We marry, says my wife. Yeah, bite-sized movies. Name a more iconic duo than Sony and Bad Movie. Sony's, their old, like, head of film, right? He recently resigned from Sony, and I'm very worried that they're going to get somebody competent. I just, like, Sony, when I was a teenager, part of this was in an infusion of, like, console war toxicity, because that stuff mattered when you were an obnoxious dickhead teenager. But I hated Sony so goddamn much as a teenager. It made me sick how much I hated Sony. Now I like Sony a lot. They make video game consoles, which people like. Some of their tech seems alright. But what I really like about Sony is that, like, I could count on them to make, like, bad movies. And now I'm not so sure because the head of their film division's gone. Oh my God, 65. That sure was a film that existed. Yeah, that's like... I want more movies like that, man. We casuals made you what you were. Don't dip on us. I know. I am forever held hostage by my audience. I'm gonna go get that drop up there. Oof, oof, oof. I think I saw a man run that way. Uh-oh. Well, that man just got me. Here, let's use this as an excuse to rank up the Arrows class. Because I said that I wouldn't play Sabrask too much in the open alpha, because I wanted to get a feel for how the other classes played. They made Momo. Yeah, Sony made Momo. So we can't hate Sony. Sony's old PlayStation 2 mascot rocked. Or was it the PlayStation 1 mascot? The cute little cat character? I will say, though, I hope that Astrobot becomes the new mascot for PlayStation. Because Astrobot's very cute. I really, really like Astrobot.
Heads up, enemy zone capture in progress.
Oops. There we go. This sniper rifle feels so good to use. Like, you guys can probably see the animations. You know that it looks good. Oops. Got only 2 shots left. See, and if I want to, I could shoot a portal over there. Come on. Nah, they're probably not going to be coming from that way. Unless I see somebody on my motion tracker. Is that Kraber from Titanfall? Maybe? It might be, actually. Counterpoint, they could hire someone worse, and that would be funny. They could. Like, Sony does seem... At least their film division seems, like, very out of touch in a way that I... The only thing I am worried about is the Legend of Zelda movie that they're apparently in charge of. Because I want that to be good, you know? And, like, the Mario movie... I think the Mario movie was good in spite of everything that was working against it. And even then, I'll be honest, I don't think the Mario movie was all that. I think Chris Pratt was incredibly boring as Mario. I think Princess Peach was very boring. I think pretty much everybody that was cast in that movie was fairly dull. Jack Black was putting in a lot of work, but let's be honest, he was just being Jack Black. And I'm worried about now the Legend of Zelda movie that's apparently going to have a talking Link in it. I'm going to try running Meridian, actually, because I want to see people through walls. Chris Pratt should have had an Italian accent. This is my... So, I'm going to tell you guys a theory that I have, a conspiracy theory. And I'm not basing this off of anything other than vibes, okay? I get the vibe that Charles Martinet was pushed out of the role of Mario. And my theory is that the Mario movie emboldened Nintendo to make that choice. Because there was the initial backlash that Charles Martinet would not be the voice of Mario in that movie. And then when the movie came out and it made a shit ton of money, and they were like, oh shit, we don't need Charles Martinet to be the voice of Mario. Like, anybody could voice Mario now. Then Charles Martinet, who a month prior was at, like, fan events and stuff and saying, like, I love Mario. I hope that I continue to voice Mario. A month later, Nintendo announces for him that he is retiring from the voice of Mario and that he's becoming a Mario ambassador. And Charles Martinet says that he doesn't know what that is until, like, a week later when probably somebody from Nintendo gave him what should be said when asked. That's the vibe I get. I get that Mario movie emboldened Nintendo to push him out. Illumination makes the worst animated movies ever. Do they? I don't know enough about, like, animated movies to comment, but from what I gather, like, Illumination, what they're really good at is they're very good at making Pixar-like CGI by disguising a lot of shortcuts with clever techniques. Like, I know for, like, the Minions movies, apparently there's a lot of, like, really kind of, like, corner-cutting animation that is hidden by very, very rapid movement that has a lot of per-object motion blur applied to it so that you don't notice it's actually a pretty half-finished animation. I know that they're apparently very good at that they can get stuff done really quickly by employing a lot of tricks like that to hide imperfections. But are they, like, bad? Does that make them bad at making animated movies?
Your opponent is going for a capture. Your teammate is going
I guess because when I think of, like, at least, I know it's not the same, but, like, video games, you know, those Xbox 360 era Call of Duty games, they each had less than 2 years to develop. And because of that, there would be a lot of corner cutting. Like, think of, like, the AK-47 reload in classic Call of Duty games. It was the exact same reload every single game for the AK-47, because reusing that animation is a lot, you know, it's a lot quicker. You can get a game made a lot faster if you just reuse animations. You know, and they would also kind of like corner cut and hide stuff because they were very good at that. And I guess, like, does that apply to film then? Jason Momoa is Link.
Heads up, enemy zone capture in progress.
It's their stories and writing that make them bad. Okay. Well, they seem to focus a lot on like Illumination doesn't seem like a risk-taking studio, you know? When they make a movie, they're gonna almost like specifically design it so that it's uber successful. I think of like stuff like Minions, where that feels almost like mathematically prepared to be a box office hit. And I guess like I can't fault them, I guess. Because I do think that there is room for that kind of stuff. It's definitely not creative or like worthy of praise. There's almost like this this blue-collar workmanship about it, where they view it all, less of like an art form and more of like as a job, like as a gig, and they're getting it done. You know? It's their job to make sure that animated family film number 247 is in theaters. Is the gunplay better than Destiny 2? Is it better than Destiny 2? I mean, Destiny 2's gunplay, a lot of people say the gunplay is amazing. I don't think Destiny 2's gunplay is amazing, because I don't think there's a lot of depth to Destiny 2's gunplay. It feels about on par with how Destiny 2 guns feel. That's the best way that I can describe it. I mean, there is no aiming down the sights in this game. It does have like the Halo Infinite / Halo 5 like zoom in from the hip unless you have a scoped weapon. It feels good. Like, guns feel good to shoot is the best way I can describe it. A boring way to create watchable art. Definitely a boring way to create watchable art, but also it's not for us, you know? Ryan Gosling as Link and Chris Pratt as Zelda. See, that would be awesome. That would actually be great. Is Chris Pratt playing Link? That would be pretty funny if Sony just like tried to copy the Mario movie so much that they just try it. They were like, Chris Pratt as Link? Yes. What I'm trying to get right now is the battle rifle in this game apparently feels quite a bit like the battle rifle from the first Splitgate. Trying to get that currently. I'm kind of surprised that Mass Effect hasn't been made into a movie. I understand why something like Mass Effect isn't a movie, because I think Mass Effect's a little bit complicated. Like, Mass Effect could make for a great movie, because if you think about the story of the first Mass Effect, it's structured a lot like a movie. You can feel the 3-act structure in it. You would basically have to cut out all side plot lines. I think what makes Mass Effect tough is that massive universes like Mass Effect, Star Wars is kind of the only one that's ever been really successful, where it's this weird science fiction world full of alien creatures that all interact with humans, and everyone is just like hanging out in the same environments. Like, that's Star Wars is the only one that I think was able to do it and then get away with it. And people accept it. Because then there's other stuff, like I think of that like Valerium and the City of 1,000 Planets, or something like that.
Heads up, multiple teams are going for the same objectives.
A Mass Effect series is in the works. Amazon is making it. I could see it being good from Amazon. I'll be honest. The Rings of Power concerns, I don't think... So, here's the thing about Rings of Power. I do not think Rings of Power is as bad as people say. Like, it's not awful. The problem with it is that it's very, like, very, very below standard for Lord of the Rings, which is... Like, Lord of the Rings is kind of like a property that never stumbled outside of the Hobbit series. And even the Hobbit series has a lot of, like, artistic value to it. But the Rings of Power felt more like just a show. It was a high-budget feeling show outside of, you know, like some of the cheap-looking costumes. But some of that I also just chalk up to, like, well, it is a fantasy world. And it's probably a lot easier to do sci-fi stuff than it is fantasy stuff for, like, props. But things like the Fallout series are what make me think, like, okay, sometimes they get it, sometimes they don't. Like, it's less of a situation like Paramount Plus, you know, Paramount, where I fundamentally do not trust them with science fiction. I don't think they get it. Rings of Power, a little bit mid. But Fallout, pretty alright. I could see them doing justice to Mass Effect. Or as close to justice as they can get. Because again, Mass Effect is hard. It's a little bit complicated. Wow, this device has some kind of mass effect on the universe, says Jack Black. Yeah, hopefully we don't end up with a situation like that. What I do think about that Fallout show that is fundamentally just stupid, and this, I don't think that it's because of them. This is one of those things where it's a larger issue, I think, with a large property that has a lot of corporate backing and interest in being valuable overseas. I think it was very dumb that the Fallout show established that it was Vault-Tec that dropped the nukes that ended the world, and that no country was responsible for it. That's dumb. Because I don't think... I know everybody asked who dropped the nukes first. I think there was like a theory that it was China that dropped the nukes first. But at the end of the day, it never was about who dropped the nukes first in the Fallout series, because you got the vibe that the world was devolving into that eventually. Like the old world was eating itself alive. And it was only a matter of time until nothing was left but ashes. You don't trust Paramount for sci-fi? No, I do not. I think that their run on Halo was about on par with their run on, like, Star Trek. I think they don't get it. They really, really, really wish that they were the ones who bought the Star Wars IP. And so now all of their shows, their sci-fi properties, they are trying to make them like Star Wars.
Losing C. Opponent is taking C.
Seems strange that they made the levels with less opportunity for portals. There are opportunities all over the place. Look, see, there's portal there, portal there. That thing has portal walls on it. Like, there are portal opportunities all over the place, but for multi-team portal warfare, the goal is not for it to be super hyper competitive. This is more of like a casual big team battle type experience. So we're just all kind of like chilling out here playing on large maps.
Watch out, enemy is going for a capture.
Uh,
Your teammate is pushing for the zone. Consider backup.
I always fantasized about Michael Wincott returning as Truth for the Halo TV show. That would be pretty awesome if he did return.
Heads up, enemy zone capture in
You know,
progress.
given that there's no, like, bad blood or anything.
Teammate is capturing D.
Just unfortunately, like, him returning as Truth, that would be a thing for the fans. I don't know if that would be like a pull
Your teammate
that
is
would
attempting
get a
capture.
lot of heads turned in the real world, because if you ask anybody who Michael Wincott is, they won't know.
Capture in progress. Move to ground.
That was very much like a creative choice from the
On the
2000s.
way.
If even, because I feel like if that would even be the direction they would go in, because I feel like nowadays
Opponent is going
celebrities are less exciting
Opponent has won.
than they used to be.
Heads up, enemy zone capture in progress. Opponent has 2 hills secured.
Reading some of your comments. Oof. Yeah, the only thing I think that Paramount did surprisingly well is Sonic.
Your teammate is attempting a capture.
And I think Sonic is almost more of a thing, kind of like they were bullied into doing it correctly. Because that original vision for Sonic was not it. And even if you go back and you watch the first Sonic movie, it is great movie. It is a lot of fun. And even as a Sonic fan, I think that movie's a lot of fun. But it's not like a Sonic movie, you know? It's more of a family movie for the summer.
Stand strong.
Of like funny Chris Pratt-esque character teams up with a CGI little character, and then they have to run away from a mad scientist.
Your opponent is going for a capture.
It isn't until Sonic 2 when I think they got emboldened by the praise that the Sonic redesign got, and they were like, okay, let's put a little bit more video game elements into this. And then Sonic 2 benefited from that. And then that led to Sonic 3, which is great.
Capture underway. Be alert. We've got 1 hill secured.
I don't know, I'm not feeling Eros like the stim pack
Heads up,
stuff.
enemy zone capture in progress.
I don't trust that controversy is genuine. The Sonic redesign controversy, oh, it's genuine. Are you talking about like the conspiracy theory that they spent hundreds of millions of dollars and completed, you know, had CGI artists working hundreds of thousands of hours crunching so that they could throw it all in the trash and then redo all of the work and then lay off everybody who worked on the movie after it was done? Like, if that was all done for marketing? No, it was not done for marketing. The honest truth of it is that was the Sonic design they were going with.
Watch out, enemy is going for a capture.
That conspiracy theory costs so much money to do that there is no company on earth incompetent enough to think that that's a good idea for business. I remember laughing at the first movie's trailer, and then it dropped. When it dropped, terrible design, lol. Yeah, that I still want to see that original version of the movie. Like, it's amazing that Sonic movie Sonic is good. But there's this dark part of me, this dark part of my soul that wants that craves that, like, train wreck Sonic movie. Because I'm just like, what would happen if we lived in a world where just Sonic won and that was it? Like a terrible, ugly Sonic, and then Sonic continued to kind of like be mediocre.
Same objective.
Okay, let's see if we can, there we go. Okay, well, at least we got one guy. I don't know, maybe capitalism is at the point of CIA level social engineering. True, but for, like, Sonic, the Sonic movie, you know? Like, CGI is very hard to do, and it's very expensive to do, because you need to pay for so many hours of labor, as well as potentially, like, equipment, as well as the software that they use to make the animations. And CGI is something that, once it's, like, complete, like, that's it. You know, it's not like an actor where you can say, let's do a couple of reshoots. Like, reanimating CGI, you are throwing it all out and doing it over again. And I'd have to, like, look into what went into, like, the redesign of Sonic, because I don't know if they could even have used the original animation rig for Sonic, just because of how different the redesign looks. Like, the proportions are all completely different. So you would probably need to create a completely new animation rig, which would mean all the original animations have to be thrown out, and you'd have to start over. You can't just slap the new model on the old animations. As well as, another thing is, if I remember right, in the original Ugly Sonic, didn't they have a brand deal with, like, a real shoe brand? So Ugly Sonic was wearing, like, real shoes. And then when they redesigned him, they gave him shoes that look more like his game counterpart. So were those redesigned shoes, was it part of a new brand? Like, whatever happened, there was a brand deal originally, and now that's gone. So that's money lost. I'd love to know the specifics of how that happened, you know, what happened, because I know there was something going on with his shoes. Yeah, like, there was, like, merchandise made already or in production of Ugly Sonic, brand deals with, like, restaurants, you know, posters and stuff. Like, the merchandise for the Sonic 1 movie is so funny, because half of it is, like, Ugly Sonic, and then the other half is a clear attempt to cover up the fact that it was Ugly Sonic during production. Have you seen the puppets they kept? Asks the wife. Did they keep the puppets?
Have you seen someone showed them recently?
Really, of Ugly Sonic?
Yeah, he was like made like.
Can you show me?
Yeah.
Oh. Yes. Rebecca's gonna find the puppet of Ugly Sonic. Wasn't it Nike? I swear I saw Sonic shoes on sale. I nearly bought them. It might have been a Nike deal. Yeah, just whenever people say, like, it was a conspiracy theory, they deliberately signed all of these brand deals, got everybody in order, did sponsorships for the movie, then spent hundreds of millions of dollars on CGI work just so that they could throw it all away after the trailer was dropped, and then have to come up with new deals and pump money into redesigning all the merchandise. It was all done so that their next trailer could get more likes to dislikes, and they could go on to make a box office gross of, like, $300 something million. Like it's too complicated of a conspiracy theory. It's too like cartoon villain. Nobody would put that much effort into Sonic the Hedgehog. Love you, LNG, says Coffee Crow. Coffee Crow! That is very kind of you to say, man. I appreciate that. I love you too. I remember playing the closed alpha of this and seeing LNG on my team. Hey! This is a lot better than the closed alpha, I will say that. Have you and Rebecca got the Lego Sonic sets? Not yet. We will eventually. Do they have any good, like, Cream the Rabbit sets? Because Rebecca and I really vibe with, like, the cutesy stuff. You know, like making, like, a little cottage.
Your teammate is attempting a capture.
Have you seen the Sonic 3 puppets that they use?
They use Sonic 3 puppets?
That's how they make the movie in Sonic 3.
Really?
And the shadow puppet.
Really?
You haven't seen how they film the movie?
No.
The puppeteers?
They have puppets? Like, it's not like a statue, it's a puppet?
No, they have puppeteers.
Opponent is
That's crazy.
So I saw like, I've seen like all of the movies, how they done.
She's saying that they used puppets behind the scenes for the Sonic...
Like, the actors and the talking so well.
Oh, like, rather than, like, a tennis ball, they wanted, like, an animated creature that people can talk to?
teammate going for a capture.
Uh-huh.
He also works.
Really? For
Your opponent is going.
Maria when she was interacting with him?
I sent it to you.
Your teammate is going for a cap. Might
I'm
need an assist.
destroyed.
It's a Facebook link.
Let's see.
Your opponent is going for a capture.
Taking a look at this. Oh my god, yeah, they literally have, like, puppets. They have, like, people running around with, like, puppets of Tails and Knuckles.
Heads up, airdrop on the way.
Sorry, I'm just checking this out. Oh my god, Jim Carrey's, like, hanging out with a life-sized shadow puppet. Yeah, they have, like, the puppets are, like, looking at each other and looking back. That's probably why, like, the interactions, I guess, felt so, like, authentic.
Heads up, enemy zone capture in progress.
Yeah, like a fuzzy plushie. That's cool. I like that. I remember this AR melting in the closed alpha. Oh, this is the, that's the, DMR. Oof, excuse me. I would definitely compare Halo to Star Wars. I don't think I'd do that. I don't think Halo is varied enough. Oof, oof, oof. Can you imagine ugly Tails, Knuckles, and Shadow? Oh, like if they kept the original art design, like how butt ugly Shadow or Knuckles would look.
Your teammate is going for a cap. Might need an assist.
Nice, I got the DMR to level 2. Damn it. How are you finding the game so far? I want it to succeed too bad, but I don't think it will appeal to the wider general audience. They need, I think, to have more attachments and perks to unlock. There aren't nearly enough. And I think that there needs to be extra layers to the unlock system. Because if they're doing this, like, you know, if they're looking towards the old 360 era Modern Warfare series for, like, you know, fun, satisfying progression loops, there does need to be more. Because Modern Warfare 2, it was able to make up for kind of like the more simplistic stuff by also having on top of it pro perks. And there does need to be some kind of prestige system, I think. Like, if they're looking at Modern Warfare from the Xbox 360 and that's the game they're inspired by, they've got to really go in. Because there was a lot to unlock in those old Modern Warfare games, and then Prestige gave you the ability to reset everything and re-unlock it. It's going to run into the Halo problem, where players are going to grind through the game really fast, get everything they want, and then from there on out, it's just number go up as the progression system. There does need to be a reset of some kind. I'm not feeling Eros, to be honest. Like, just the stim pack thing, it's not the most interesting. Or at least it's not encouraging me to play kind of like any different than I normally would. Like, granted, I am streaming, so I can't play as aggressively as maybe I'd like. But, I don't know, like, I'm feeling Sabrask. Yeah, what do you guys feel about the alpha? Have any of you guys downloaded the game yet? Yeah, those Sonic movies. And apparently Paramount, they are pleased enough about the performance of Sonic 3 that they are exploring potential spin-offs that involve Shadow. Like, the rumor currently is that the Knuckles series will get a season 2 that has Knuckles team up with Shadow. Andrew's here. Halo Killer A, I ask, does it have vehicles? It does not have vehicles, Andrew. No vehicles to speak of. But a lot of interesting changes. So the game director and co-founder of 1047, which is the indie studio that does Splitgate, he said that for Splitgate 1, he was fresh out of college, didn't really understand game design, and he was just like, I like Halo and I like Portal 2. With this, he was more inspired by all of the games he would play on the Xbox 360. So he was thinking of like Modern Warfare 2, Call of Duty 4, Battlefield, as well as Halo Reach. And all of those games kind of went into a blender for Splitgate 2. And you can definitely feel that. It's a loadout shooter this time. And I hope that this one has legs, just because Splitgate 1, I think Splitgate 1 was a fun game, but I completely understand why. It always had a very, very small cult following. For them to kind of like be successful as a game studio, they need something to break out, you know? They can't just survive with the scale of production value that they're going for on just a couple hundred people across all platforms. That's just not sustainable.
Your opponent is going for a capture. Your teammate is pushing for the
Whoa.
zone. Consider backup. You're capturing. Try to hold on.
I wish the skins were not so awful. That's, I think, the biggest thing about Splitgate 2 right now is the aesthetics. Here, let me go get some water. You can probably hear my throat. It's drying out. Oh, 1 second, guys.
Losing D.
Opponent is taking D.
I am here. Ah, much better. How is the strafe speed? The strafe speed, here, let's take a look. A lot like Halo Reach. Like in just kind of like, it feels Halo-esque, but on the more heavy side. Whoa, did you see that melee animation? That's a lot like Halo. Nice. It feels a lot like Halo Reach is. Oh boy. I'm re-downloading the first Splitgate since I can't play the alpha. Hey, that's okay, Isaiah. Having a snack bar. I can't play it on Linux, but they did confirm it will be ported. I hope so. I think, I was pretty disappointed to download Splitgate 1 on my Steam Deck, and it just doesn't work. I'm not sure if it's, their anti-cheat, but I can't play I can't play online matches on Steam Deck. It keeps booting me out. Oh, so close, but no cigar. In all honesty, a game can't call itself a Halo killer unless it meaningfully iterates on Halo's core mechanics, in my opinion. I agree completely. And to be fair to Splitgate, they do not call themselves the Halo killer. It's a similar situation to like Killzone, where they never called themselves the Halo killer. That was a title given to them by the media. Which, unfortunately, you know, sets up failure, because then there's expectations. Yeah, and for Splitgate 2, he went into this immediately, Ian went into this immediately not wanting to be Halo with portals. Like, he didn't want that to just be what Splitgate is. They fixed that, if I recall correctly. The problem is I recently played Splitgate 1 on the Steam Deck, like a week ago, and it wasn't working. Damn it. Killzone was great, but that label was bad for it because it was more like Gears. Yeah, Killzone 1 and 2, at least. It's hard to explain. Killzone, I don't think, has ever had a very good identity, because each game felt like a completely different franchise. Killzone 1 was like a mediocre World War II shooter. Killzone 2 was basically like Gears of War, but in first person. And then Killzone 3 was Modern Warfare 2. Down to the point that, like, Killzone 2 even started with, like, alright, pick up the weapon and go to the firing range type intro. And they even had, like, the whole snowy aesthetic, which at the time, you know, the demo that was shown off at E3 for Modern Warfare 2 was the snow mission, the stealth snow mission. People remember the snow speeder, like not Captain Price, Soap McTavish in the white winter coat. Like, people remember the snow from Modern Warfare 2, so of course Killzone also has to have a snowy opening and branding type stuff. Killzone's just like a confusing franchise, man.
Capture underway. Be alert.
Like, I get why Sony dropped it, because there isn't a lot of charisma to the Killzone franchise. Like, the heroes of Killzone all suck. There isn't a single good, like, good guy in Killzone, you know? You wouldn't put any of them on a t-shirt, because none of them are interesting or fun. And the only fun characters people remember were the bad guys, and the bad guys looked like Nazis. Like, it's just like, unfortunately, Killzone was kind of
Enemy zone capture.
not set up for success. Like, I remember in that PlayStation Smash Bros. Clone that they made, they had, like, their rep for the Killzone franchise was just a Nazi with glowing red eyes.
Progress.
You know, and not that the Hellgas don't look cool, but hopefully you understand how, like, Master Chief is somebody that could go on a t-shirt, where the Hellgast, they don't have that energy. They don't have that Master Chief energy. Like, Halo has grunts. It has Sergeant Johnson. It has a Warthog. It has a Needler, the energy sword. Killzone just has the Hellgas that look like Nazis. And if somebody doesn't know what Killzone is, you could accidentally give off the wrong impression to somebody.
Losing C.
Opponent taking C. Opponent is going for a capture.
Better than Infinite? No. No. Killzone is not remotely within spitting distance of Halo Infinite. Because at the end of the day, Halo Infinite is still Halo.
Enemy zone capture in progress.
You know, Halo Infinite has the pilot.
Kill secured.
It has Master Chief, one of the coolest looks for the Master Chief in the series. Like, taking that original Halo 2 Bungie style and modernizing it and updating it and getting into something that
Capturing B.
looks really good in high definition.
Watch out. Enemy is going for a capture. Your teammate is attempting a capture.
Halo's just iconic. To me, Killzone 2 and 3 have a similar energy to the Nazis from Wolfenstein or the Locusts from Gears, but the Locusts are just cooler. I think the Hellgas are cool as villains. Their design, at least. It's just that they are the only things that are cool about Killzone. And your franchise can't survive off of, like, a visual, you know? There's got to be more going on. Killzone needed a Hellgas Master Chief with yeah. Precisely. Like, there needed to be, if I was to ever be in creative control of the Killzone series, what I would do is I would take a look at World War II. It would be mandatory that everybody watching Glorious Bastards before beginning production, and then we would also watch, like, war films and stuff. What we would specifically look at is, like, not, like, super uber serious war films. I'd want, like, action films. Stuff that isn't, like, too heavy. Because the problem with Killzone is, like, the heavier the franchise gets, the less appeal it has to a broad audience. Because people don't... Like, people aren't like, oh yeah, like, I freaking love that franchise. It gives me shell shock. Like, God, I love that franchise. Makes me feel miserable. You know, like, that's not super wide appealing. And in a first-person shooter like Killzone, you do need that wide audience. So You'd focus on the World War II aspects, focus on the action aspects. You'd never get too heavy. There would be a twinge of lightheartedness to it, just a tiny pinch, because you don't want to go too hardcore. But the Helghast, I think they're mostly fine. The problem is the good guys. They are just charisma vacuums. Like there is, it just eats and eats and eats all the energy out of the world and gives nothing in return. What do they call them? The IMC or what? No, those are the guys from Titanfall. Whoever the frickin' UAS something, I frickin' forgot. Who cares? It's the good guys from Killzone. They're bad and boring, and there's nothing, in my opinion, that's salvageable from them. So they would all be completely gone. What I would then do is, okay, Helghast are Nazis with glowing red eyes and gas masks. So let's take a look at the Allied factions from World War II and see how we can beef them up in a sci-fi manner. And what I think we would do is we take a look at, like, British soldiers. Because I think British, like, when you think of, like, the limey Brits from World War II, they're more fun than the Americans. So I would probably get a little bit more of that going on. Yeah, like, just go hardcore into the World War II parallels. I'm not sure why they stopped at the bad guys, as, you know, bad guys look like Nazis, and that's about the end of our World War II parallels. You know, Killzone isn't even, like, the only World War II inspired game from Sony, because there was also Resistance. Resistance also went through a similar situation where the whole franchise never found an identity for itself. The first game was a mediocre World War II shooter. Then the sequel, in Resistance's case, is just a Call of Duty clone. And then the third game, weirdly enough, was a Half-Life 2 clone. Speaking of Resistance, LNG, have you played the CE mod Casemate yet? I have not played Casemate yet, but I played the first one. From, I think, the same guy, where he ported a bunch of Resistance assets into the Combat Evolved engine, and that was pretty awesome. Oh, and when I say Resistance 1 is a mediocre World War II shooter, I like Resistance 1 a lot. Resistance 1 is my favorite out of the Resistance games. And back in the day, me as an Xbox fanboy that was giving nothing from Sony a chance, Resistance won me over by the end. Even as I was driving in third person in a 3-man vehicle that had a turret on the back ripping off of Halo, it still won me over somehow. Here, let's go down this way so we can go get that drop. I think Killzone would work more if it was 40K inspired. Like kind of so far in the future, and with so much culture and history to it that it's not like set 500 years from now, you know? I could see that. The problem is 40K took a long time to kind of build itself up. Oh, excuse me. And there was a lot of thought and care that went into it, where I'm not sure with Killzone you would have that kind of a runway. As well as Warhammer 40K being built off of Warhammer. So it didn't even start out like, it was able to build off of something. Oh boy. Damn it. Pooping Pills says, I'm back. Is the multi-team dead? I'm in a match right now. I have a business laptop that can run MCC fine. I think this could run on super low settings. Maybe. Give it a try. Put things on super low, all settings super low, and if you start running into problems, maybe try dropping the resolution. So far, it's running about what I would expect my 1080 Ti to run. Like, nothing about this game's performance right now is surprising me, given the settings I've currently got, and the card I'm running. I know that there's some folk where they say that, like, the performance is terrible on their higher-end cards, so I can't comment there. But at least for the 1080 Ti, it seems to be giving exactly what it should be giving. If I wanted a higher frame rate, I could lower the graphics settings. Master Chief equals main character, and I agree. Less Saving Private Ryan and more Captain America. Also, I revised my suggestion. Give them blue eyes because PlayStation... There you go. There you go. That's something Sony would dig. Yeah, give the good guys... Well, okay. Would the good guys also have gas masks? Or would we do something different for the good guys? You know what I'm thinking? Maybe the good guys... So, okay, the Helghast look like Nazi stormtroopers, right? With gas masks on. Maybe the good guys can look almost like British fighter pilots. Like their helmets can be stylized like that, and the glowing eyes of theirs are like, you know, like they put them on and then cha-ching, and they light up blue. You know, maybe they even pull up a cloth. Like, they just kind of have that, like, World War II fighter pilot vibe. Yeah, just give like, their... And maybe, like, when the goggles turn on, other lights also power up all over their body. It's tough, because at that point, you'd pretty much be redesigning the Killzone franchise and potentially alienating a shit ton of people. But also, I'm of the opinion that Killzone doesn't have a lot of legs. No, I don't think that's correct at all. I don't think that's the term. I don't think Killzone has legs as a franchise. I think it is the Nazi on the cover of the box with the glowing red eyes, and that's not nearly enough to be a charismatic, super appealing franchise to people. Like, a cool bad guy design isn't enough. Make them look like airborne light infantrymen. Good idea. I would say Sony doesn't have an FPS, but they own Bungie. They do. But also, I'd say Destiny is not a huge franchise anymore, and right now it's at risk of... Like, Destiny right now is on the decline. It's... Investing heavily in Destiny would only be prolonging the expiration of the property. So it's not something that is worth trying to keep around, because people are just not interested in Destiny anymore. Like, it's had its time in the sun. In kind of similar way to Halo. Ugh. I'd argue Halo is more charismatic than Destiny. And I don't mean that in, like, a mean way or, like, a, you know, talking down, like, oh, stupid, stinky, poopy Bungie. I mean that more in, like, a... When you think of Halo, you think of Master Chief. When you think of Destiny... You know? The ball? The Traveler? That's it? Okay. Uh-oh. Whoops. No, I do not want to be running around with a shotgun on a map this big. Oh well, I guess we're going to be running around with a shotgun on a map this big.
In the lead. Opponent is taking the lead.
Sony hates Killzone and has the devs make 2 remakes of not even old games. It doesn't seem... So things seem a little bit more complex than that. The developers of Killzone were the ones who wanted to stop making Killzone games. And their latest Killzone game was the lowest selling one in the franchise, and each installment of Killzone had sold worse than the previous one. Outside of, I think, just Killzone 2. After that, it was all downhill.
Drop incoming. The loot might be worth the risk.
And even Killzone 3, a lot of the changes that they made that people talk about hating, it was made because there were issues with reach with Killzone 2. You know, Killzone 2 did not sell as well as it could have because it had very limited reach. And in order to justify having such expensive production value and a huge budget, they needed to expand the reach of it and figure out why people, like, weren't digging Killzone. And then eventually with Killzone Shadowfall, even the developers were just like, there isn't a lot here with the Killzone IP. And so they moved on to Horizon, and Horizon was a gigantic success that was better received than the Killzone franchise, made Sony like a new icon with that annoying character. So I totally get why they just completely ditched Killzone and went all in on Horizon, but as for the remasters and stuff, it's unfortunately an issue with the way that modern games take so long to make. It seems like it's not a thing where developers are forced to do remakes. It seems actually like it's a thing the developers are kind of initiating themselves to keep money coming in. Because if it was like so I read about... I think the remasters are stupid, by the way. Horizon Zero Dawn should not have gotten a remaster. The game, like, just came out, 5-7 years ago. It's still using graphical technology that is relevant to this day. It still looks like a modern game title, But the reason that they did a remaster for it was apparently just to keep money coming in, because games take so long to make that it's like, if you're, as a studio... Kind of think of like Monolith Productions recently, how they just got shut down by Warner Brothers. They were working on, a Wonder Woman game for like 5 years, and that was it. That was the only thing they were doing, a Wonder Woman game. And then they had to internally reboot the Wonder Woman game because it wasn't coming together. And after the reboot, it was like, oh, you guys need another 5 years? Like, no, your studio's shutting down. You're a money sink that's producing nothing. So these remasters are like, well, we spend half a decade making these insanely high-budget games. We got to have something out in the meantime. So these remasters are the something in the meantime. It just sucks. It's a symptom of a sickness. Retractable aviator goggles would be Kino, though I wouldn't completely obscure their faces. It works for the Hellgas due to the good old dehumanization. Yep, that's what I was thinking of. The reason I brought up the covering with like a cloth or something was just because I was thinking of like World War II fighters. But yeah, I think it would be really badass to have like a limey sci-fi Brit fighting space World War II, and he would, and the aviator goggles would start glowing blue, and he's smiling, and he's got like the British handlebar mustache, and he's like shooting a laser gun or something. Like, that would be fucking awesome as a visual. That would be iconic, just like the Hellgast. And that would be something you could put on a t-shirt. Monolith was making an original game. Warner wasn't even interested in original stuff, so the project was canceled and told to choose a Warner Brothers IP. Were they? Yeah, see, it's just... man. Monolith should have done... Who owns Fear? They should have done a remake of Fear. Like, keep the gameplay and animations and all that stuff, all the production value exactly the same, but put it in a new engine and make use of ray tracing as the big thing to sell the game. I'm thinking of like what Night Dive Studios does with their remasters, where they keep the original game mostly intact and just update some of the technology behind it. If they don't own Fear, then it's not exactly something that's their fault. Is anybody here? Well, we got one guy. I think that was that original guy that I was shooting through the portal. There we go. Oh. Okay. Sorry, I'm in a zone right now. Not just a zone, the zone. This is so cool, dude. That was cool. Seeing the guy duck around the corner and shooting a portal just so I could get him. That was cool. That was cool. So thank you for letting me go silent for a second. I really got in the zone there. They should remake Splitgate 2. It's already time. Yeah. I'm excited about Splitgate 2 remastered from PlayStation Studios.
Airdrop incoming. The loot might be worth the risk.
Damn it.
Double kill.
Get in the zone, the auto zone. I think Warner fully owns the rights by the time of Fear Online. Gotcha. Gosh.
Brilliant performance. That's how you do it.
Sad state of affairs. The AR reminds me of the heavy cannon from Doom Eternal. It looks a lot like it, doesn't it? I wonder when I'm gonna get my next gun. I don't know, man. Sabrask speaks to me. It's Splitgate 2. There is something that's missing. I'm trying to think of what it would be. 'Cause we can't get rid of the loadouts or anything, okay? The loadouts are here to stay. The attachments are here to stay. Same with the perks. Like, the structure of the game is here. What it needs, if it wants this loadout thing to work, something else. Because I'm thinking Call of Duty, what made all of Call of Duty work and gel together really well, you know, Call of Duty 4 was doing its loadout thing and customization thing. And then what made it all come together and work was the kill streak system. Like, you stay alive long enough, get enough kills that you're rewarded for staying alive while not dying via kill streaks. And then when you die, those reset. So it's like the act of playing the game and unlocking stuff is already addictive, but then there is an addictive loop within the addictive loop, which is chasing after your UAV, getting the UAV up, then going after the airstrike, getting that up, and then working your way up to chopper gunner. I'm thinking of like Call of Duty 4. And then, of course, future Call of Duty games expanded on the kill streak system. Splitgate 2 needs something extra like that for it really to just work. And I wonder, I'm going to throw this out there. Remember Call of Duty Ghost had a random player in the game would spawn with a challenge to complete. And if you killed the player before they could complete their challenge, they'd drop a briefcase. And then if you picked up the briefcase, you got the challenge to complete. And like I forgot what you get for completing the challenge, probably something. But I wonder if there is some kind of like XP bonus that you can get at the end of the match if every single match you're given a mini objective to complete. Like get 5 headshots. Boom, you're in bronze tier. Get 10 headshots. Boom, now you're in silver tier. And then if you can get to gold tier before the game ends, you get some kind of crazy XP bonus. Something like that. It needs something, and I can't think of what else they could add. Overwatch rival style ultimate abilities. No. Ultimate abilities don't count, I think, because you've already got like your drop wall and stuff like that. Due to World War II being a multinational conflict, I'd go a bit further and make Killzone's heroes multinational. Brits, French, Africans, Aussies, Asians, etc. The only concern with that would be that... the only concern with that is that people would see it as kind of like dividing races up into like camps, you know? That would be my only concern. Is if you were like, we're doing like our sci-fi thing and it's like, this is the Asian side. Like people would be like, we're a little bit past that now. That would be my only concern. Because obviously with World War II it made more sense, but in a sci-fi setting, things are a little bit more multicultural. Not that, like, I see where you're going, and for hardcore sci-fi, I think that idea would be super interesting to explore as, like, World War II parallels, but I think for a widely appealing franchise. Anyone else in chat eating strawberries? Says Jonah. Armor abilities? Just joined, so I don't know. I don't think armor abilities would work. What you need is... you do need something to work towards that you can fail at achieving. Like an ultimate ability, everybody is guaranteed to have it at some point in the match, you know? Everybody can get an ultimate at some point in the match. But with a kill streak, there is a failure state where you're 1 kill away from getting the UAV and then you die, and it's reset back from the beginning. In games like Destiny, they obviously have their supers, but you're not really playing Crucible for the gameplay loop of Crucible. You're playing Crucible so you can get like your rewards at the end, which factor into the PvE element, like, you know, and stuff. In strictly a PvP game like Splitgate 2, trying to think of what they could add. Because what they got here, Splitgate 2, already I think is stronger than anything that you would play in like X-Defiant. Like, this has charisma that X-Defiant did not have. But similar to X-Defiant, there needs to be some layer to the game that's not here, and I can't put my finger on what it is. What about a nuke if you get 30 kills in one life?
Incoming. The loot might be worth the risk.
Like you end the game prematurely if you get 30 kills in one life? Maybe. Maybe. I just don't know if this game is, this is another thing that I'm wondering about. What's going to be the skill-based matchmaking situation with this game?
Your teammate is pushing for the zone. Consider
I don't know if anybody's thought about that, but I thought about it. Because Splitgate 1 did not have anything like that. And it made the game extremely inaccessible to less skilled players. There's this website called Insider Gaming, and the guy who runs it used to be, well, I mean, I guess he still is, like a leaker for Call of Duty and Battlefield info, and then he started up a leak website. Now it's just kind of like a news website with leaks. He recently interviewed one of the architects of Call of Duty's modern skill-based matchmaking system. The first iteration of it was put into Call of Duty with Infinite Warfare in 2016. And this guy, during the interview, basically said that statistically, your game will live longer if you have skill-based matchmaking in it. Because, you know, it kind of like makes sure that those who are less skilled do have a protective barrier from those who are incredibly skilled. And he even like cited numbers that they were able to like track and follow that did show that people were sticking around longer with the system than if it was not there. It's something like with the system, the only people that are really complaining about it are just 10% of the player base. And the thing about the skill-based matchmaking algorithm is for the rest of, like, it was something like 70% are people that can feel some of the sweat. I forgot the exact numbers. And what he said was, because these skill-based matchmaking systems are so adaptable, you don't have to worry, because all it's going to take, if you feel like your match is now too sweaty, it's just going to take 1 or 2 matches before you are bumped down to a comfortable level. So it's like, it's adaptable. If you are sweating too much, don't worry, you'll get an easier match next time. And it always kind of generally hovers you around this comfortable level that resets itself after you get into a match that is too sweaty. It's really the 10% who are extremely good at the game where they will feel sweatiness. But the fact that more players are playing because they are protected from that 10%, it's overall better for the health of the game than the old style where you usually have like a much smaller but more pub stompy community that sticks together. Something crazy, crazy, crazy. I call crap. Bullshit. See, I don't call crap. Or bullshit, because we've seen games that release with no skill-based matchmaking quickly die out, like super fast, because the players that are really good at the game, they immediately dominate. And what this guy was saying was, it's not to say that like skill-based matchmaking algorithms are flawless or anything, and there is a difference between skill-based matchmaking and optimization or engagement optimized matchmaking algorithms. You know, and he can't comment on what modern Call of Duty does. All he knows is what he worked on with Infinite Warfare. But one thing he said is that in a game with a skill-based matchmaking system, your skill should be there. You should be able to always see what skill you're at and what your team is at. Like, it should always be there. You shouldn't hide it from the player base, because that's just going to frustrate them, you know? Strawberry! I love you. That's what I'm getting at. Have the diverse, multicultural heroes, each of unique backgrounds, contrast with the uniforms of okay, gotcha, of monoculture with the okay. All right, I see that. Interesting. So you could have like a multicultural army fighting against the Helghast, and each aspect of this multicultural army could be inspired by the uniforms worn by that culture during World War II. Okay. Yeah, that could probably work. They are building the bridge, by the way. Who's building the bridge?
What bridge?
Yeah, what bridge? What's going on? I didn't hear about this. Bridgie. Bridget. Brinky. Oh, that's a Brinky. That's my wife's and my sense of humor. Yeah, that's a bridge guy. Ew. They're building a bridge. Oh, that's from Call of Duty. I think that's from Call of Duty, right? There was this in Call of Duty World War II, there was a bug in one of the game modes where one of the objectives, for some reason, the voice sample for it would play way too loud. Like way too loud, and it was bugged for a while. And I think that was it, wasn't it? They're building a bridge. So you just be... No, there was also, like the, they're attacking our ammo supply. Wasn't that the one? So you just be, like, playing the game fine, and then your ear would just get destroyed by, like... They're attacking our ammo supply! It just in your ear, like... I did. I scared our dog. Hello, Eggman. That was funny. I remember that bug. I remember playing that game late at night and, like, having to, like, pull my headphone off in a hurry because it was, like, painful how loud the audio sample was. Yeah, they're building a bridge. That was it, wasn't it? Yeah, that was the other audio thing that was bugged. Yeah, that, like, what a weird bug.
Your opponent is going for a capture. With the risk.
Splitgate. What? What?
Why are they splitting the gate though?
Yeah, why are those gates splitting?
In progress.
Keep them together. It's more tidy. Split guy. Yeah.
Watch out, enemy is going for a capture.
I haven't played Black Ops 6 in 3 months. And I got my ass handed to me. That shouldn't be the case, because skill-based matchmaking systems, they reset after a certain amount of time of not playing. Because of, you know, the fear that you'd hop into the game and be thrown right back into whatever, you know, sweaty matches you were getting. In my opinion, it's just because Black Ops 6 is a bad Call of Duty game. It's not a fun Call of Duty game to play.
Your opponent is going for a capture. Your teammate is pushing for the zone. Consider backup.
I don't know, man. Modern Warfare 3 from the previous year, I think that ended up being, of the Warzone 2 era, probably my favorite Call of Duty game. The gates are splitting. Oh, they seem so happy. That got Rebecca. She's like giggling at that. She's just silly. She likes laughing at the silly stuff.
Going for a capture.
Did I ever tell you guys about Easy E? Yeah, I think I told them the Easy E story where Rebecca got she had the giggles and she was saying Easy E. And I was like and she wasn't referencing anything. She just like was laughing at Easy E. And that was funny. It tickled her funny bone. If there's any other married fellas or fellas with female significant others, do they also get the zoomies? Because the zoomies are a fun time for my wife. Blessing!
Watch out, enemy is going for a capture.
Frank! Are you excited for Black Ops 2 2025 edition? If you pre-order it, you get the Woods Operator Pack that can be used in Warzone. Is that true? Or are you joking? Are you joking? She's laughing at something you said. What's so funny?
No, I'm laughing at you can hear my scream sounds like a goblin.
You giggling in the background or the achoo? Yum. Giggle fits are gone of life's greatest treasures, says Ron Phelps. Whatever your wife did in the background jump scared me, says Isaiah. Oh, she sneezed. Oh my god. So I play Sonic Forces Speed Battle. And remember how you guys saw that my old high school era Call of Duty profile was called Holla for Some Dollars? My wife's old, like, middle school, high school era profile on the App Store is like Suckyum. Like, it's like SUCCYUMMM. Like, it's just like a brain melting. So whenever I log into Sonic Forces Speed Battle on my little iPad in the morning when I'm using the bathroom, it's like, welcome back, Suckyum. We were, man, our generation rocked in school. I'm joking, Woods is always a pre-order bonus for some reason. Is that guy using cheats? Is there somebody in the lobby using cheats? Already? In the Splitgate Alpha?
Your opponent is going for a capture.
Why would someone do that in the Alpha for Splitgate? Hey, Late Night, did you know, according to YouTube yearly stats, Late Night Gaming is the most watched YouTube channel? That's great! That's awesome! I am proud to have that privilege and honor of being the most watched YouTube channel on the platform. I'd like to thank my wife, my dog, and I guess God, in that order. That's the way the joke goes, right? In The Office, that's what Michael Scott said. Or did he say, like, he's like, he'd like to thank his mom, Abraham Lincoln, and God? Was that the order of people he thanked? Can you see yourself covering the new Battlefield if it's good? If it's good? I'm not sure if I'd, like, cover it, because that's not my thing, right? I don't, like, cover games. Well, sort of. Yeah, I'd make some videos on the new Battlefield if it ended up being good. I am somebody who likes the Battlefield series. In spite of all of it, I have sunk a lot of hours into Battlefield 2042. The current state of Battlefield 2042. At launch, it was about as bad as people described. In fact, it was worse because a YouTube video doesn't quite convey the problems that 2042 had at launch. Like, it's easy to say that a map has no flow, but you don't quite get it until you play it. And 2042, there really was no... It was like a battle royale with no shrinking circle, and respawns were enabled. So everyone was everywhere. There wasn't anything really driving anybody together to fight. It was just a mess, man. But now it's in a fairly decent state. The Shih Tzu is hyper. What's he being screamer about? What's he screaming at? Me? Does he have to be Poo Central? P Central? I meant my most you watched YouTube channel? Oh! I didn't know that. I thought he was being funny. That's awesome. I'm glad that you watch my channel so much. I'm glad that I'm that entertaining, man. Moving in Jello, that's how I associate that game. See, I don't think so. Battlefield 2042, it's the opposite problem for me, where it's... Like, that game's too slippery, too slidey. It doesn't feel like a Battlefield game should feel. Like, Battlefield, to me, is characterized by super heavy feeling soldier movement. Like, your dude feels heavy. And 2042, your guy feels like even more slippery than the Modern Warfare reboot. Than, like, Call of Duty. Like, there's no friction, there's no weight. You can bunny hop, slip, and slide around in 2042. Like, I'm not sure how Star Wars Battlefront feels more heavy and more weighty than the newest Battlefield game.
Heads up, enemy zone capture in progress.
Late Night, your way of creating videos is so captivating. I could watch a 50-minute video of you talking about different Halo skyboxes.
Watch out, enemy is going for a capture.
You've given me an idea. You've given me an idea here. I'm going to pull up Trello, actually. Because that ladders video did pretty well. Here, hang on. I've got Trello open right now. A long video breaking down interesting Halo skyboxes. There we go. The dog is on the waddle. I don't know what he wants, but I can hear it. I can feel it. I felt like a fair bit of that feeling came down to the view model animations. There was definitely a lot of changes made, though. Like, as somebody who loves the Battlefield series, they did change the way that soldier movement feels. And I don't like it. Because you are right. Some of it is view model, some of it is screen shake, but there is this, like, even Modern Warfare 2 from Infinity Ward in 2022, that game has more heavy soldier movement than 2042. Like, 2042 feels like a looser Modern Warfare 2019. There is just, you are just flying, and you can chain slides together and do hops. Like, it's not great.
Heads up, enemy zone capture in progress.
I love you, Late Night Gaming, says Arms the Goon. That's very kind of you.
Capture in progress.
I love you too, man. That one felt like a dream. What, 2042? Yeah, 2042 is a rough one, man. Like, they have patched it into a decent game. Like, if you told me right now to start playing 2042, I'd be like, oh, hell yeah. But, If you asked me to play it at launch, it would have been miserable. Miserable as an experience. "2042's 64v64 felt too huge." It was too huge. The 64 player modes flow a lot better. Ugh. Anyway, Splitgate 2 looks awesome. Keen to give it a go. It's good. It's good. There's that extra element that I can't put my finger on that's missing. And I'm not sure what it would be that I'd add to the game. But Splitgate 2 is... its heart is in the right place. Did I get my extra... No, I get that thing at, This burst rifle's pretty great. Okay, I get that thing later. Which loadout am I? I'm this guy. Nothing new? No new perks? I also feel like some of these perks are not the most interesting. Like, jetpack refuels faster is fine, I think. But, like, increase Sabrask equipment strength versus increase smart wall effectiveness. Those feel like generic number go up type things. Like with Call of Duty's perks, what I think of are sleight of hand, steady aim, hardened, marathon. Lightfoot? No, that wasn't the name of the perk. You know what I mean though, right? Engineer. Like, they usually had... they weren't just a number went up. Sometimes they added, like, an extra element to your gameplay. Where with these, they feel more or less like this stat is now better by this amount of percents. Been mulling over Chief in Quake Champions Doom Edition for a bit. How do you feel about making Chief's active ability a quick melee with or without a slight lunge impulse? With a lunge impulse probably would be very Halo-y, right? Yeah, that could work as well. Another one would maybe even be, this is going to sound weird, looking at how Destiny handled the Halo pistol. In Destiny, the Halo pistol that you can get as an exotic firearm, it has a special ability that is unique in Destiny, in that this isn't normal. You can throw a frag grenade. And I believe the frag grenade lets you can grenade jump with it. It has propulsion effects. That's kind of interesting, right? Martyr. Oh god, martyr. Martyrdom.
Multi-team. 5, 4, 3, 2.
One of my favorite videos from you was that retrospective series, specifically the Didact video. From that point on, you changed my view on him. Oh, I'm glad. His latest book was really good. They did a very good... I don't think the Didact has ever been handled particularly well in a Halo game, because usually the presentation was always lacking in-game. But as far as narratively, the Didact has always been a great character, and the newest book was so good as a send-off for the Didact. Oh boy. Hello? Oh, I could have gotten that guy. You know, Battlefield players are good at keeping tradition, not reviving me when there's a medic next to me. That is like the most infuriating thing in the world. Because the revive icon in the Battlefield series is so big. so big. And it's very easy to just take a look and see, like, oh, the guy who needs to be revived is literally a foot away from me. And if I were to revive him right now, my character would be ducked. So I'd be completely behind cover. I'm surrounded. I'm being outgunned. I lose nothing by reviving my downed teammate. I would just have an extra gun to help me out in this fight. And then they just, like, they don't. Like, maybe it's just me, but I have never, ever been, I've never not noticed if somebody was right behind me who was down. Thoughts on Halo Empty Throne? I haven't read Empty Throne yet. What's the takeaway from Empty Throne? Playing Civ 7 while listening to you talk about random stuff is Buddha. Is it? That was a weird laugh I just gave. Just arrived to the stream. Overall, how is it playing? How would you rate it? It's playing surprisingly well. On my 1080 Ti, I'm getting the performance I would expect. I'm running on a mixture of high to medium settings. Aesthetically, I think that the game looks pretty good. It's, off the bat, a little bit hard to swallow some of the changes compared to the first Splitgate game. But also, how do you improve the formula of the first Splitgate game? Because Splitgate 1 had a lot of issues with just being accessible to more players. All Splitgate really had to its combat was your punching and your shooting. And that was it. Those were the only elements. Like, Portal is mobility. So they injected a lot more depth into the combat loop and complexity. And I think they did it in a way that maybe I would not have done, which is the whole loadout system. But I also think as a loadout system, this doesn't feel as lazy, I guess, in implementation as something like Halo 4. It does kind of feel like from the ground up they rethought Splitgate and its gameplay loop to work with a loadout system. And as a result, it's a pretty fun loadout shooter. There's a lot of worries about that it's going to have like a X-Defiant-like quality to it, and excuse me. So far, I'm not getting that. There is, I will say, like maybe if we're thinking of like blue as everything is good, and yellow is like I'm a little bit concerned. This is maybe close to like green. You know, where it's a little, we're shifting towards yellow, but it's not completely yellow yet. Like, there is something here, and I think there is a chance that Splitgate 2 could find a niche in the same way that, like, the finals did. I don't think it'll ever blow up Splitgate, but there is room for an audience here, I think. They just got to keep hammering away at it. I'm not even going to say more content, because I think that that's a lazy answer to give. Because what's here, the content that's here is good. Earlier in the stream, we talked about Call of Duty. You know what? I wonder if I should send my stream over to Ian from 1047, see if we can get him in here talking about the game. If you guys want, you want me to message the co-founder and see if he wants to hop onto the stream? I'm sure he'd love to hear some thoughts. Keel already has his grenade swarm active. I'm also hesitant on the lunge since I envision Chief using the Unreal Tournament movement class, which has a native dodge. Gotcha. Maybe Chief just takes out a spanker. Maybe we could even factor in like skulls. Like, you could have like Jeff Steitzer announce bandana skull, and then Chief takes out a spanker rocket launcher that's unlimited ammo. Or maybe he takes out the oddball as a melee weapon. That 3 month ago video about the Halo Combat Evolved art direction was a banger. I'm glad you think that. That was a fun one to do. What game is this gun in? This gun? Or the machine gun that I was using, does it remind you of something? Somebody said it looks like the Doom Eternal machine gun, which it definitely does. Sure, go ahead. All right. Here, I'm sending it to him. Yeah, so I guess if he joins, I love. The recent Halo book stuff is good, but 343 and Halo needs to branch out from Kelly Gay and the other dude for variety's sake. Well, what else could they do, I guess? What is it, do you think, for variety's sake, that you think Kelly Gay is not offering? Slow overall start, great book with a lot of lore. What's the book even about? Oh, I already have this thing. Okay.
Heads up, enemy zone capture in progress. Teammate is going for a capture.
I could see you making a BioShock is beautiful video. I don't...
Opponent is going for a capture.
The thing about BioShock is, when I was younger, I thought BioShock was like a beautiful, you know, like groundbreaking and stuff. And in a lot of ways it is. But as time has gone on, BioShock is sort of, like, as far as like immersive sims go, I would not pick up BioShock. Like, I think BioShock has an incredible start. Beautiful start. Like, the start is so good to BioShock. But then afterwards, around the would you kindly reveal, after that, like, around that reveal, BioShock peaks, and then after that, the game falls off very hard. And the rest of it feels kind of like a slog. Like, the environments aren't as interesting. The situations you're in aren't as interesting, except for Sandra Cohen's thing. You know, that was great. But it's one of those things where as time goes on, BioShock is not as beautiful as I thought. And that could just be because, like, the medium has advanced so much, or like immersive sim games on console have grown and evolved. But BioShock, if I ever think about like replaying BioShock, it would be like the beginnings of it. And then I don't think I'd have interest in finishing it. I'm avoiding super weapon active since they're seen as fairly overplayed. One thing about Quake Champions Doom Edition that does unique to Quake Champions is actives that aren't on a cooldown. Okay, gotcha. Trying to think then. Would you ever make more Metro Exodus videos? I would, if I could run Metro Exodus with ray tracing, which I cannot. So I'd probably have to get like the console version. By the way, that new game from the Metro developers looks so good. La Chimera. It's cool that it's Latin American themed. The last few levels are miserable. For Bioshock, yeah. Which, that's always been a thing about Ken Levine. His games never end well.
Zone contested.
Airdrop incoming. The loot might be worth the risk.
Whoa, I'm getting some performance issues.
You're
I wonder if the alpha has a memory leak. Well, I feel like if it did have a memory leak, I'd see, like, bigger stuff after 3 hours, right? So something funky must have been going on.
teammates capturing B.
See, because now it's, like, kind of back to normal.
Your teammate is going for a capture.
Wait, the Metro devs have a brand new game? Yep, they've been rebranded.
Opponent is going for a capture.
Because I believe they were sold. So now they are back. They have a new name as a studio, and they have revealed their new game. It is a cyberpunk military shooter that is inspired by Latino folklore and culture. That's the way that they've pitched it.
Your opponent is going for a capture. Opponent has 2 hills secured. Heads up, airdrop on the way. We're taking C.
Oof.
Teammate is capturing A.
Okay, yeah, no, the frame rate is not improving, actually.
Capture underway. Be alert.
So it's hard to tell if it is performance issues or if there's like lag with the game or something. I don't know. It's an alpha. Have you ever heard of the A Plague series? Is this A Plague Tale?
Zone contested.
Because I have heard of those. Who else here played Bioshock's iOS port? Oh boy, that was
Opponent is taking
I never got around to that one. In fact, actually, no, I remember. My iPhone, I had an iPhone that wasn't strong enough to play it. Yeah, I remember that.
Zone contested.
heads up. Enemy zone.
Yeah, those
capture in
Metro
progress.
devs, they're insanely skilled, man.
Opponent has 2 hills secured. Teammate is capturing D.
It's really cool to see them. Are they still in the Ukraine or have they moved out?
Opponent has 2 hills secured. We're taking it. Capture in progress. Hold the ground. We've got 1 hill secured. Heads up. Enemy zone capture in progress. Opponent has 2 hills
I completed the game 3 times on that port. It was clunky and not the ideal experience, but it was fun for me, so I don't care. Hey, that's... Man, I completed the Dead Rising iOS port.
Teammate is capturing B.
Yeah, the frame rate's rough, man.
Watch out. Enemy is going for a capture. Your teammate is attempting a capture.
I can't tell if it's lag or not. Something I'm also noticing in the audio spectrum, this is maybe something that I wish I could mention. I think that there needs to be ambient wind. Or at least if that is in the mix, it needs to be raised up a little bit. They're based in Malta nowadays? Okay, gotcha. So they're out of the, I guess, danger zone. Good for them.
Might be worth the risk.
They shouldn't be in that position to begin with, but good for them.
Your teammate is pushing for the zone. Get it back. Watch out. Enemy is going for a capture.
That sure is a steam of words, you said. Oh no, what did I say? Did I babble? I probably babbled. I really hope that I don't need to reset the game. Because if it's a memory leak, the only thing that'll fix it is a reset. What videos can we expect in the coming months? Okay, evolution of Halo's Magnum is one. Trying to think of others. Maybe evolution of Halo's Brutes, if I can work on that faster. I've got a Trello board of a couple of video topics, actually. If you want me to read some of them, run them by you. We've got an 18-minute video about Halo's water technology. Why Halo Infinite's aiming feels so bad on controller. Why modern map design is so boring. Which comes from a interview with a modern map maker. Sonic Team does not understand the Chow Garden. Why prone wouldn't work in Halo, and a long video about Halo skyboxes. Those are some ideas that I've got.
Zone contested.
And I would be super open to more.
Heads up, enemy zone capture in progress.
And all of those topics that I have written are things that I'm like interested in. Water shaders? No, it's not water shaders, it's water technology. Shaders are just an aspect of it, because there's some interesting stuff to break down with how Halo does its water simulation. Each Halo game does something slightly different that's kind of interesting. Would you ever do an evolution of Fallout weapons? The thing about the evolution videos is they take a okay. Oh man. So the thing about like my autistic brain, the way it functions is these evolution videos, I want to get it as right as I can. Like, this isn't going to be like, think of, what's it called? Like, GVMERs, like gamers, like that YouTube channel. They're great, by the way. They're so good. But you can tell that it's very surface level investigation. And that's how they can get their stuff out so quickly. Is because it's very surface level investigation. Like, it is the most public of public information. They don't really dig that deep. And because they don't dig that deep, sometimes the facts that they say are not correct. Or it doesn't paint the big picture of what actually happened. And I don't want that for my evolution videos. I want to be as factual as possible. Like, part of the reason I couldn't get the Doom video, the evolution of Doom Super Shotgun, is because I was overwhelmed. I'm very familiar with Halo. I'm also very familiar with Call of Duty. But Doom, I'm not the most familiar with. So, the evolution of Doom Super Shotgun, like, well, how many ports of Doom are there? Do the ports have differences in how the weapons perform? Which version of Doom should I record? Should I leave stuff out? Like, I began to overwhelm myself. Because I didn't even know where to begin. So the thought of Fallout is also, like, very overwhelming. And I wouldn't know where to begin. So Halo and Call of Duty, that's stuff that, like, I might need some help with, like, the Call of Duty stuff. But definitely Doom and Fallout type evolution videos, I would need help. I would need help. I'd need somebody who knows those franchises like the back of their hand to info dump on me. I'd need to know who designed what, when the animations were done, bugs with them, interesting under the hood code type stuff, you know? I'm not content with just the most surface level of analyses.
Turn things around. Airdrop incoming. We'll lose the risk.
If you ever want help with that Doom video, I'm a self-fashioned Doom port autist myself. You are you? I could make use of a Doom autist. As a Halo autist. I respect that. We are nothing if not vacuums. Or not vacuums. We are nothing if not databases for information that Doesn't really help us in our day-to-day life, but our brains like it. Yeah, I guess if you feel like you could be... So the kind of stuff that I'm looking for are folk where you can talk about micro details that absolutely nobody would notice unless they really, really cared about the topic. You'd know who designed things, where the models for the sprites came from, as well as knowing, you know, going into future Doom games like Doom 3 and Doom BFG Edition. Like, it would have to be like a franchise expert. And that's kind of the predicament that I'm in, where my evolution videos take so much time to make because I'm researching everything myself and doing the writing all myself and the editing all myself and everything, that I'm not making enough money that I could hire extra people to come on, because the videos are too few and far between, even if I'm proud of the quality upgrades. So this year I'm hoping to increase the production a little bit, speed things up, you know, tweak my content pipeline so I can get stuff out quicker without sacrificing quality. And then hopefully, you know, get some folk to help me out with, like, writing scripts, researching and stuff, maybe even footage collection. Because it was a dream of mine, I should say, to have the Evolution videos branch out to other franchises and it become a big thing. It was a dream. You know, we'd interview game developers. We'd be able to tell the untold stories of this stuff, like documentary type things. That was a passion for me, but it is just too big of a project for me to take on by myself. And I'm not even sure how I could get it started, because I believe that it could be successful. Hey, Popcorn Pop is here. Hey, LNG. Hi, how are you, says Switch Boy? I'm doing pretty well. How are you doing, friendo? I'm also an editor if you want help with that. Well, you'd probably also... So, here's, like, the things that, like, I think about. So, for the Evolution series, I make use of, like, tools, mods, and stuff like that so I can get third-person perspectives in, like, those older Halo games. Which means I also, in order to make that footage look nice, I had to research, like, camera framing, rules of 3, 180 rule, like that kind of stuff for cinematic language. I also do the audio editing myself, which is sometimes maybe, like, a little bit too time-consuming for the, you know, the end result, but what I end up doing is I can't always use the audio that I've recorded. So the clip itself will be mute, and then I have to go in after the fact and add the audio myself. So I have rips of all audio samples from the Halo series, so that I can go in and replace the audio and get it exactly how I need it to be. So it's more than just, like, record some footage, put the footage in. So it's like, that's the kind of editing stuff that takes a while. And some of it, I've learned how to, like, maybe be okay with certain bits of audio. Like, I don't have to redo everything myself all the time, but that's the kind of editing, I guess, that I'm looking for. Like, really, really a keen eye for detail, a cinematic eye. Somebody who knows how to make a shot look pretty. I have the cough and the cold, says Switch Boy. For the Evolution videos, how do you get those theater shots for Halo CE, Halo 2, and Infinite when there is no theater for those campaigns or multiplayers? There is theater mode for Infinite's multiplayer. But for Halo 1 and 2, it's mods. Mod tools. Do you do YouTube full-time? What's your schedule like? I do YouTube full-time. And the schedule is usually, like, write down an idea and then get it done. There isn't a schedule. There probably should be, but the last year or so we've been relatively busy, so I haven't been able to stick to a schedule. But usually it's like get up, have coffee, get to work writing. As a film student, it drives me mad how so many gaming YouTubers don't know the basics of framing a shot. Oh my god, like, people ask me why when I play Halo on stream, I have my field of view set to like 78 FOV or like 80 FOV. They're like, bro, why don't you set it to 120 FOV? And the reason why is because I don't want it to look ugly, like that fishbowl look that you get from a super wide field of view. Because when I'm making my evolution videos, I'm not going to be like, back in 2007 when Halo 3 released and it's like centered crosshair, 120 field of view, it looks like I'm like warping at light speed because of how wide it is. Or if it's like, this is the Jackal from Halo 3, and it's like this massive shot, and like the Jackal's like way over there because of how wide the field of view is, you know? Like,
Heads up. Multiple teams are going for the same objectives.
yeah, no, I hate that stuff.
Shot to the capture. Good work. We've got 2 hills secured.
In my game design degree, it is required that I do an internship. If you'd like, I can help you out, and in turn, I fulfill my internship requirement. I can always shoot you a handy contact info. Well, what is it that you'd like to do?
Capturing A.
Internship. That's very interesting. But I'd also want to compensate, because I'd feel bad, because some of this stuff, it does take a while. I guess at that point, I'd be talking about starting a company, right?
Airdrop incoming. Might be worth the risk.
Man, that is a dream of mine that I've like sacrificed, because I don't know the basics of running a business, starting a business, even having like business goals. Long ago, like 2021, I want to say,
Capturing C.
I felt very depressed because I was overwhelmed by the Evolution series being very popular, but not being able to speed things up. And also partially like my own skills weren't that great. But I really wanted to bring on more people and do more Evolution series with different franchises. But I didn't know how to do it. And if I got the ball rolling on something, I don't know if I would have the savvy, the business savvy, to make it something that can last, you know?
Capture.
Like, I know that I have, like, the creative ambition for, like, the how the goose is cooked, you know? How the sausage is made, that's the term. How the sausage is made. I have, like, that's, like, my wife showed me recently,
Your teammate is going for a capture.
she showed me recently Labyrinth. I have never seen Labyrinth with David Bowie before. And that movie was freaking awesome. And something that I really like doing is understanding the production. You know, so the first thing I did after Labyrinth was over and we got into bed, I pulled up Wikipedia and absorbed the production history into my brain. And then I began Googling the production history and how things were made and who wrote what and what they were in and what they worked on before that, and like, you know, blah, 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 like connecting all the dots in my mind of how the production came together. That's like a passion of mine, knowing all of that stuff. But I can't do it all on my own, I guess, anymore. And I was feeling a little bit depressed in 2021 because I was like, if I want this to grow, I'd need to probably turn it into a business or something, kind of like that gamers channel where they probably have staff, you know, writers, researchers, editors and stuff. But I don't know the first thing about doing that. So I just kind of had to give up that dream, I guess. And now I'm doing like the Halo stuff and I have a lot of fun doing it, but I wish I could do evolution videos for Call of Duty. I wish I could do that for I wish I could do evolution videos for Doom, because even if I can't personally oversee every single aspect of it, it would be cool to assist in the production of that if it was done by somebody else helping out. It would still fulfill that, like, that desire to get the story out there, you know? Like the obsessive autistic details of, like, what are the different Doom ports and how the Super Shotgun is different in each and every one of them. Each and everything. I can do research, assist in script writing, help you dissect gameplay loops and nuances in map design, and compensation is totally up to you. I'm perfectly fine with it being reviewed at a later date. I probably have to talk to my wife about this. Sorry guys, I'm gonna have to talk to the wife. No, not in like that annoying boomer way. In the my wife is the one who pushed me to do this Halo podcast, and it was such a good decision. And she and I went on a walk with the dog last night, and she gave some more very good business advice for the podcast that I'm following. She's one who is good for business type stuff. Oh boy. Being a producer is no joke. Is that a producer? Is that what it is that I'm describing? How would you introduce Rouge into the Sonic filmverse? Also, if you're looking for a Doomport expert, I would definitely check out Decino's channel. Yeah, Decino's channel is very good. I've actually seen it. The issue is I would need a Doom expert who would be able to help. Like, who'd be actively involved. Like, not just somebody I can message on Discord every now and then. Like, someone who would be, like, involved in the creative process with me. That's the kind of person that I'm looking for. Which, unfortunately, big Doom YouTubers, you know, they're doing their own thing. I work as an editor and AD on film. Did some editing on Halo Esports player earlier this year. Would love to get some input, help out and support in any way I can. Let me talk to the wife about this, because I see that she saw what I said. To see if possibly this is something that could be achievable this year if I wanted to go in that direction. Because if something I would do when I was younger, and it was kind of like a back and forth situation with Late Night Gaming, like the channel in a while. Like, what's very frustrating is some aspects of Late Night Gaming I think are a huge missed opportunity. When those evolution videos took off, I should have pounced on it. I shouldn't have just sat back. And now when I commit to something, I want to commit to it. If you remember, I revived the Q&A to do it for like 3 videos and then put it on the back seat. Because just, I lost that drive. And stuff like the podcast, the reason that it took so long to get done after saying that I was going to do it is because I wanted it to be for real. And thankfully my wife pushed me. And we are taking it seriously. Like, it's not going to go away. And so if I want to do something like this, the evolution of Doom's Super Shotgun, the evolution of Call of Duty's M4A1 or something, I want it to last. I want it to stick. And in order to stick, I need help from editors and writers, and those writers need to be experts. They need to have that obsessive interest in the behind-the-scenes stuff, which means, you know, being able to research things, being able to look at the models themselves, like, so that is the kind of stuff that I'd need to kind of like, what's the phrase? Getting all your ducks in a row? It would be something that I'd have to build up and prepare for. Because those are two things that are always in the back of my head as missed opportunities, is the evolution of Doom's Super Shotgun and the evolution of Call of Duty's M4A1. And I want both of those videos to have the love and attention they deserve, and I do not think I could do it on my own. So I could potentially talk to my wife about how I could, if this could become a thing. And if those videos do get made and they do well, I'd want to do more of them. Which would probably involve, you know, a team. Because I could handle some of the Halo stuff, but I would definitely need folks who can handle the other games.
Win some, you lose some. Today one's Saturday.
I want to do video editing and creative work, but in India, you are considered a heretic for doing any of these stuff. Really? Editing and creative stuff? Isn't India like kind of like the tech capital of the world? Like in some senses? Job and Popcorn should DM you on Discord. Yeah, if Job and Popcorn, if you guys want to DM me on Discord, feel free. Honestly, I liked Splitgate 1's gunplay and movement, but the portal spam was too much for me. Do they tone down the portals in the second game? They do. So, Splitgate 1, if you remember, it did feel kind of like your back was always exposed. You know, because there were portal walls everywhere. In this game, portals feel a lot more... Here, let's back out of portal warfare. Portal placement feels a lot... Some people could say it's them dumbing it down. I don't think it's them dumbing it down, because I think the inherent issue is that there was too much portal spam in the first game. And not that, like, you know, obviously that was how you played Splitgate. But the problem was that due to how heavy the portal usage was in Splitgate, it made it a very hard game to jump into. And the sequel's goal is to not be hard to jump into. And for the most part, I think that they actually did succeed. Portal placement feels a lot more like... a little bit less spammy. There are optimal portal spots that are set up on maps now, and it's kind of like up to you to jump to those spots. But you're not always exposed from any angle, kind of like you were in Splitgate 1. Your parents see video and creative work as a waste of time? That's ridiculous, man. I feel like that kind of creative stuff is, that's the stuff that inspires generations of people. I feel like especially if you go into, like, marketing, like, movie stuff may not be as prosperous, but if you were in marketing, like, that's where, like, money is, you know, for, like, editing and creative work.
Here we go. Team deathmatch. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1.
Time to go out there and show what you got. Smash it.
And in India, it's mostly cybersecurity, bank work, or being an engineer. Being a game developer is heavily looked down upon. That's disappointing. Like, on one hand, I guess I sort of understand it, because game development is not the... It's not the most lucrative business in the world. It's actually, like, fairly volatile. Like I think cybersecurity and that kind of stuff seems a lot more, no pun intended, secure. Where with game development, you are constantly at risk of going under. Just because, you know, cybersecurity is a more objective thing, where game development is more of like an art subjective thing. It is entirely possible that your game could flop and that you'd lose your job. Or that your game will do well and you'll still lose your job because they're cutting staff, you know? So I guess, like, you should have the freedom to pursue what makes you feel passionate. Even if it is risky, that freedom should be for you. And so I guess it's, you know, I hope your parents turn around, man. and that you're able to chase your dreams. If Shadow is indeed coming to Knuckle Season 2, it would be a perfect opportunity to introduce Rouge, given how she's tied to the former two in the games. Oh, I think somebody asked about Rouge earlier. So you know how Jesse Pinkman's girlfriend is in Sonic Movie 3 for like a second? And she didn't really do anything? Jesse Pinkman's girlfriend, I think, would be the perfect opportunity to introduce Rouge. Because I think Jesse Pinkman's girlfriend's like straightforwardness in that Sonic movie could contrast very, very nicely against the more like whatever-ness of Rouge the Bat, like thinking from, you know, Shadow Generations. That could be funny together, because Rouge is a government agent in the Sonic games, and so is Jesse Pinkman's girlfriend in Sonic 3. Make Rouge a Latina just for the meme. My wife just learned that that's a meme, that Shadow loves Latinas.
Lost that round, but we're still in it.
Have you ever thought of doing a fan meetup? I don't know if... I feel like my fan... like, followers of the channel, I'm not sure how I would do something like that. I guess, like, what would be the meeting spot? What would be kind of like the hangout, I guess? What would we all do together? Because I would love to do something like that. But I want to make it worth people's time if they're interested. You know? Do they give you a lot of options to destroy enemy portals? In the first game, they gave you 2 MP grenades. In this game, you do not... Okay, so... only a spoonful. I uploaded a video about Splitgate 2 that is currently up on the channel, if you want to watch that. And I actually talk pretty extensively about how Splitgate 2 is a different game from Splitgate 1. They've changed a lot about the way that the game works. Like, just at a mechanical, fundamental level. So, if you remember Splitgate 1, it was just your shooting and your melees. Your grenades, they were EMPs that destroyed enemy shields. And that was... They weren't a factor in combat. So Splitgate 2 is a loadout shooter. You have aggressive grenades now. You have flashbangy type stuff, shroud grenades, explosive frag grenades. You have, you know, loadout kits that you can do. Like, look at that drop wall that I just deployed. You make your loadouts. And when it comes to stuff like destroying enemy portals, because there is no EMP grenade anymore, you know, or at least it's not like the part of the combat loop anymore. All you have to do to destroy an enemy portal is to just put your own portal over it. That's it. That's all you got to do now. Ain't Splitgate 2 more inspired by Titanfalls? Yeah, so Splitgate 1 was sort of like... It was kind of like Halo with portals. Splitgate 2, I would say, feels a lot more like... it does kind of feel like Titanfall a lot. Like, kind of relatively simplistic loadout system. You select a faction-type soldier archetype that comes with like an ability you can pop. Yeah, it is a lot like Titanfall, actually. Splitgate 2 with vehicles, though. Splitgate 2 would be awesome if it had vehicles. This is a hypothetical scenario. Do you ever see yourself making GTA videos since the arrival of GTA 6 is near? I'll be honest. GTA has never been the most interesting franchise to me. I like Grand Theft Auto 5 enough, but it's not something that like draws me to it, you know? Like Red Dead Redemption 2 drew me in a way that like few games ever have, but I don't know, Grand Theft Auto, it kind of is what it is, I guess. It is always cool, like, don't get me wrong. Rockstar games are really solid, but I don't know. Grand Theft Auto, I guess it's that it's very, like, there are so many games that take place in the modern day that are open world that Grand Theft Auto isn't nearly as interesting as a super immersive simulation of, like, the Wild West is. Like, I'd be a lot more interested in a Rockstar game if it was kind of, like, set in some odd time period where we could get that level of, like, Rockstar polish, but set in a time period that isn't represented too often in games. Those are at least my thoughts. I'll take a peek at your video. Thanks for the info. Yeah. If you really wanted to like Splitgate 1, but its flaws just kept pushing you away, Splitgate 2 seems to be... They seem to have got it. The blue reticle for my eyes is so much easier to see than the white reticle used in Halo 5 and Infinite. Well, I gotta correct you. In Halo 5, it is still a blue reticle. But yes, I do prefer the blue reticle. Also, in addition to Halo Infinite, where the reticle is so tiny, there's actually a tech reason why the reticle is so tiny in Halo Infinite. So, in Halo Infinite, your reticle adjusts to your field of view. So if you play at like 78 FOV, your reticle will look big, like normal Halo size. But then as you expand your reticle out, it actually shrinks. And the reason why is because the reticle is tied to the, it's called adhesion, which is like the stickiness of when you put the crosshair over the dude, and then the crosshair magnetizes to the dude, you know, before it detaches and you can, like, look away. Like the aim assist, some people call it. Aim assist is really a combination of different systems that all come together, and people just generalize it as aim assist, but adhesion is specifically when your reticle sticks to an enemy target. And the reason that your crosshair shrinks or grows in Halo Infinite with your field of view is because that reticle is your visual representation of where the adhesion comes into effect, and where the weapon spread and magnetism come into effect. Because if you had the ability to grow the size of your reticle, it would be completely out of sync with how your weapon performs at a high FOV. Like, your assault rifle reticle, if you were able to blow it up in size, your assault rifle would be it would look like it was only going into the center of the reticle. Like, the rest of your reticle would make no difference.
They've taken the lead.
So that's why they don't let you change the size of your reticle in Halo Infinite. It's because it would give you incorrect information about how your gun is performing. Have Director Rockwell be Rouge using a human disguise. That's an idea. It's definitely intriguing, particularly given the former's literal alienation of Sonic Team. That's a very interesting idea. That's a great idea, actually. Because that also gets God.
Behind. Let's turn this around.
Yeah, have Jesse Pinkman's girlfriend be the voice of Rouge the Bat. And then, because if you've ever seen her as like April, is she April in Parks and Rec? No, I'm confusing two different people, aren't I? Yeah, I am. I'm confusing. Never mind. I was confusing two different people. Never mind. Ignore me. Ignore me. Yeah, Rouge, that's her human disguise. It would save on CGI in a TV show like environment because you could just have Rouge wear the human disguise. It would also be funny to hear that voice actress then be like more girly when she takes off the disguise because she's got to be so blunt as director Rockwell. Yeah, you're right. That would work. Yeah, Aubrey Plaza. That's April in Parks and Rec. Another nitpick. I prefer the Halo 1 and Halo 3 reticle of the Halo Assault Rifle rather than the more generic Halo Assault Rifle reticle of Reach and onwards. Trying to think of what the reticle looked like. Didn't it? It was like the circle and then the cross within the circle, right? That's how Reach did it. Is a Halo YouTuber playing a Halo kill or talking about Sonic stuff in a live stream? What did I walk into? Yeah, that's, you know, here we are. How's Halo 4? Not sure because I haven't played it for a couple of days. Splitgate 2, though, seems alright. It's so funny that every time there's something odd about Halo Infinite, half the time it's a technical thing. Yeah. Yeah, Halo Infinite's a technical game.
That's all we can ask for. Chin up.
It's a lot of interesting stuff going on under the hood with Halo Infinite. I think Splitgate needs better character models. They look kind of childish with the big heads. Yeah, I'm not married to any of these designs, to be honest. Sabrask is maybe my favorite out of them, just because Sabrask soldiers look sort of like Spartans if you like, you know, if you squint your eyes. But even this, I'm not like sold on it, you know. Okay, good response. I think I'm just a slight hater. No, it's okay. I had to get over the fact that Splitgate 2 was a very different game. And I also thought that in my head. I thought, oh, they're doing the Halo 4 thing. Surely this won't end in disaster. And talking to Ian at 1047, who's the co-founder of the Splitgate studio, some of my concerns were alleviated. It's not as cynical as, look ma, I'm Call of Duty. What Ian did for this game was, if you remember right, Splitgate 1 had this issue with player retention, in part because it was Halo with a portal mechanic and no grenades. So the only way... No grenades and no vehicles, so you're just shooting and punching, and it's the only way you can interact with the game world in any kind of, like, aggressive way. That's very simple, and does reward people who are good at shooting and punching, but for most players, if they're not able to keep up, that's the end of the road for them. There's no way for them to improve or contribute to the fight. And what he thought was for Splitgate 2, he does want to make the game more rewarding for different kinds of players. Like, you can contribute to a fight in more ways that is than just punch better and shoot faster. So what he basically did was, Splitgate 1 is very inspired by Halo. Splitgate 2 will be inspired by the games he was a big fan of on the Xbox 360. So this time, it's not just Halo, it's a bunch of different stuff. One of his favorite games of all time was Modern Warfare 2 and Call of Duty 4. So he looked at those games' loadout systems and wanted to bring that to Split. There were a bunch of different... He basically wanted to make Splitgate 2 less of just Halo with portals and more like a celebration of the best shooters of the Xbox 360 generation. So it's not just Halo anymore. It's a bunch of different stuff all pulled together. And that's what inspired the design for Splitgate 2. And putting it that way made me feel less... Because he didn't even try to be like, no, see, this is very unique. He's like, no, we were thinking of how, like, Warzone, the Warzone era of Call of Duty, it's exhausting to see that there's, like, 500 different attachments. Call of Duty 4 was frickin' awesome because there was only one kind of grip that reduced your recoil. Modern Warfare 2 introduced stuff like extended mags, and there was only one of them. And he felt like... You know, hey, we could do that because nobody else is doing that. Like, those games were cool. Why do we stop doing shooters like those? And that's what informed the design of Splitgate 2.
Nice. Tied it up. Don't let up now.
I've been sitting on the gameplay loop of Splitgate 2, and I think mainly I don't like the idea of unlocking weapons and attachments as it brings an unfair playing field to some players. I think the key to making it work is to have the weapons good to use off the bat, and then an attachment makes them even better. But not better enough to where they just win gunfights. And that's a balance that Call of Duty has always been able to strike. The weapons feel good off the bat. This weapon is an example. I think it feels good off the bat, to the point where I'm doing pretty damn well in most lobbies, and I'm only just getting good stuff for it. But yeah, it's definitely like you don't want a situation kind of like Battlefield 4 where a weapon is not great until you unlock an attachment for it or a sight for it. You think Season 3 of the Halo show will be better? I don't think there's gonna be a Season 3. So Paramount dropped the Halo show, and it seems right now that Netflix has streaming rights. I can't tell if it's overseas, or if it's just they now have the rights to the Halo show, or... Netflix seems to be involved in the Halo show in some way, and I'm not sure what they're gonna do with it. Like, I think Season 2 of the Halo show did a very good job of undoing a lot of, like, Season 1. In fact, if you think about Season 2 right now, we've got the Flood, we've got Guilty Spark, Silver Team is no longer a thing, it's just Master Chief as the Spartan. Like, they're setting up a lot of stuff so that it can like, we've gotten rid of Captain Keyes, or the Halo show's version of Captain Keyes that was quite different from the game version. There's a huge hole in the cast that now leaves room for new characters to be added. And when I say new characters, I mean, you know, people like Sergeant Johnson. But I'm not sure if there is just any enthusiasm about continuing the Halo show because of, you know, online sentiment.
Another round win. But we're not done yet. Let's focus.
Do you progress even if you lose the match? Yes. Yes, it's like Call of Duty's loadout, or Call of Duty's progression system. Like, rank 1, you have access to these weapons. Use those weapons to level them up, get attachments for them, like an extended mag or something like that. You can unlock perks to enhance your classes, and ranked type stuff is independent of your character progression. If you've never played a Call of Duty game, then probably the closest analogy would be Halo 4, I think. Imagine Halo 4, but more in-depth. Where you're unlocking not just weapons, but also attachments to change the performance of those weapons. Like, I unlocked a targeting laser for this that it reduces the recoil of the weapon. But not enough to where it's like a crutch. Like, in fact, I'm not sold on it yet, because I feel like this weapon's good enough. Like, its recoil pattern is controllable enough that I don't need this. I probably need something else. Because I did sacrifice an attachment to put this on, and I kind of preferred the way it felt with the other attachment.
Incredible win. Playing to bring out the victory.
How many maps are in this version of the game? I'm not sure, to be honest. Multi-team Portal Warfare, the large Warzone-like experience, it has just one map at the moment. I'm not sure how many maps are in the arena portion, though. Are the power weapons good? They're good so far. The that bolt-action sniper rifle is powerful feeling. It feels like the Halo sniper, like 2 body shots to kill 1 headshot. You know, if you want to drop them. Okay, I've maxed out this Trailblazer thing. Yeah, rapid fire is probably something I need more than a targeting laser. Kills with melee trigger health regen. Interesting. Faster reload of Sabrask weapons. I think I'll be fine. Jetpack refuels faster. Shorter cooldown for drop wall. Oh yeah, the jetpack refueling faster. I need that one. Do you think they'll add Forge like the first game? I think they will. I think they will. I asked Ian about that, and all he said was no comment. With a smiley face. Which means he's up to some sneaky shit. Hey, I got the battle rifle. Hey, we got Ruffles Waffles with Z's. Hey, LNG, on your last stream you were discussing underrated Halo 4 helmets. I'd like to bring the Scanner helmet to the table. Scanner's pretty cool looking. Yeah, I remember. Scanner's the one with that weird, like, binocular thing, right? Yeah, that one's pretty good.
On offense, plant the firecracker. On defense, defend your base.
Damn it. He just closed off my portal. Okay, I guess we're coming out here. Halo 4 is the Sonic Lost World of Halo. Man, I don't mind Sonic Lost World. I'll be honest. I think it's okay. Halo 5 is the Sonic 06 of the Halo franchise. See, I wouldn't even say that, because Halo 5 isn't, like, incomplete as a piece of software, you know? You know, and to be honest, some of the issues with Halo, I think, are, it is a, what is this mode? Oh, is this like search and destroy? Sort of, maybe? How good is the customization? To be honest, I don't know about the customization. I'm more interested in the loadout stuff, personally. But I'd imagine it's probably going to feel a lot like Splitgate 1, at least. Like, didn't they eventually patch out the ability to, like, customize your Splitgate man? Yeah, this is basically search and destroy with respawns.
Firecracker planted. Let's hold the zone.
Come on, try to defuse it. Damn it. Well, okay, they're gonna do it. Did you ever enjoy any bit of Marvel Rivals? I'll be honest, I'm not too interested in Marvel Rivals.
They defused it. We'll have to hustle to plant another one. We lost that round, but
I'm getting pickier and pickier about the kind of games I want to play, and just Marvel Rivals, it doesn't seem like something I would sink hours and hours and hours of my life into. Like, I've played a lot of Overwatch 1, and I really got my fill out of that game. And so Marvel Rivals kind of being better than Overwatch 2, I'm like, it's kind of like PUBG with Battle Royale games. PUBG, I put maybe 30 hours into, 30 or 40 hours into, and that, for me, was enough time for me to feel like I had gotten my money's worth and like I had a really good time with the game. So all future Battle Royale games, like your Apex Legends, your Call of Duty Warzones, even like Fortnite, when that took off, I never played because it was like, but I already played PUBG. Like, I got my hours out of PUBG, you know? Like, I had fun. I'm just like, I'm done now. And that's the vibe I get looking at Marvel Rivals. I'm like, but I'm like done.
they just lit a firecracker.
I'm glad other people are enjoying it. A friend asked if you'd do a video and stream on Quake Champions Doom Edition. I probably would. I probably would. I need to do it on like a down day when there isn't like a lot of stuff going on. Because it does seem inviting and interesting, the pitch for it. We are 5 years from now when Reach turns 20 years old. Oh, God. Reach is almost 20 years old. Jesus. I'm a bit over hero shooters. Yeah, that's the way that I feel. I guess that kind of like Overwatch-inspired aesthetic, you know, where people have like the kind of like, not clay, but like, you know what I'm talking about. It's not like photorealism. It's very stylized, almost Pixar looking. No, not even Pixar. Pixar is more photorealistic. I don't know. Just that Marvel Rivals / Overwatch look, I'm a little bit over.
Bring the fire.
And even Splitgate 2, you know, if I was the game director, this is not the aesthetic I would have gone in for Splitgate 2.
Defuse it.
StarCraft 2 will be 20 years old, too, in 5 years. Gosh. StarCraft 2, I remember when that was announced and how disappointed I was. Some of it is definitely nothing that StarCraft 2 can fix, but
We'll have to hustle to plant another one.
I was like, one campaign? Now let me tell you what, if I were to make an RTS game these days, it would be sprite-based. Like Age of Empires 2 and StarCraft 1. A cartoony, cel-shaded aesthetic pioneered by Team Fortress 2. See, and Team Fortress 2, though, I could never get tired of the look of Team Fortress 2. Like, Team Fortress 2 looks awesome, man. I freaking love the look of that game. The look of those characters. I guess it's... You know what it is? It's the kind of like... there's this lack of humor in the look of Marvel Rivals and Overwatch that is very hard to articulate. That Team Fortress 2 does not suffer from. There's this, like... I do not... someone else can point it out. Someone else probably feels it. And probably has, like, the words to communicate that feeling. But looking at the characters of Team Fortress 2... There is a humor to it, where with Overwatch it just feels very, like, bland, safe. Does the AR headshot the AI in Halo Infinite? It does not anymore. It used to, but it does not anymore.
They stopped it. Let's hurry up and plan it again.
Fortnite is also a game that suffers from L art style. Well, the thing is, Fortnite's art style, I would say,
Detonation
I
countdown underway.
I am okay with the look of. It doesn't appeal to me personally, but it was definitely not an L art style, because Fortnite basically made that iconic to their benefit. Like, they are benefiting from it financially. That look that they go for. Like, if you are at the point now where other video games are called Fortnite clones because they have a certain visual style, like, you've got it. You've locked it down, you know? Like, the business folk did a good job of making the franchise iconic.
Keep it up.
I actually bought Rusted Warfare just to play a mod that ports StarCraft 1 to the game. What the hell? Rusted Warfare is a sprite-based RTS? That sounds cool as shit.
4, 3, 2, 1. Match point.
Hot take, I can't stand those forced crossovers in Fortnite and Call of Duty. Like, seeing Leon Kennedy and Claire Redfield in Fortnite makes me want to tear my brain out. Okay, well, don't do that. Don't get that mad, okay? That's not good for you, okay? But I understand, because I also am... I am multiversed out. I am tired of franchise crossovers. Like, they're not cool anymore.
Planted a firecracker. Try to defuse it.
Oh boy. Do you want me to shoot the rusted link to you? Yeah, do it. That's true, but it just looks so boring. Where's the depth? It is boring to me, but my word does not matter much because Fortnite made like approximately $1 bajillion. So it's like there is a massive pile of money, and Tim Sweeney of Epic Games is laughing so hard that he can barely breathe while counting his massive pile of money, and I'm knocking on the window and saying, but it looks boring. And then he pulls the blinds down so he doesn't have to hear me, and then he goes back to counting his money and laughing hysterically. Like, that's about as much power as my word has, because Fortnite won. You know? Overwatch / 2 weeks are very sanitized and very child-friendly PG. In my opinion, Team Fortress 2 is a lot more violent. The violence of Team Fortress 2. I completely forgot about that. Yeah. Team Fortress 2 is a lot more violent, irreverent, cartoony, and doesn't try to take itself half as seriously. Yeah, that's probably it. Yeah, because Team Fortress 2, it's like And it is kind of like militaristic almost. Like Overwatch 2, if you're escorting like a bomb payload or something, but you've got like a gorilla with an electric gun and like a bunny robot thing, and it's just like all these different characters where Team Fortress 2, the medic looks like a World War II medic. The soldier looks like a World War II soldier, but they're almost like toy soldiers, you know, doing like a little toy war. Maybe that's what makes it all cohere a lot better to me. And then the fact that there is like cartoony violence, that like they blow up via a grenade and like a foot will shoot off in one direction and a hand will shoot off in another direction. In like a cartoonish way. Not like a gory, like, ugh way, but like in... It looks like a cartoon hand spraying out jelly, you know? Like a very silly cartoon violence. Maybe that's what it is that works. I want to be that amount of unbothered. Only Fortnite can kill Fortnite. It also happened last summer with Chapter 5, Season 3. Fortnite hasn't had a good summer season since 2021. Game went from 20 million down to barely 2 million. From 20 million active users a day to barely 2 million active users a day? Is that true, or is that hearsay? Like, is that verifiably true? Here, let's do arrows for a little bit. What's your opinion on the shutdown of Monolith software? I'm very disappointed by it. Monolith Software made like the Fear franchise, and then they went on to make like the best Lord of the Rings games, and it really sucks that they're being shut down. I don't necessarily blame Warner Brothers is the thing. I know a lot of people, what's his name, Zaslav or whatever, a lot of people are going to throw shit at him, but the situation with Zaslav, a lot of these projects that he's shutting down were put into production well before his reign. So he comes in and it's like his job to make money, and you've got trash like multiverses that is just flopping and nobody cares about it because it's multiverses. And then you've got Monolith who have wasted 5 years developing a Wonder Woman game and releasing nothing, and then having to reboot the Wonder Woman game and start from scratch, which to release a big game would probably take another 5 years to develop. So I don't hold it against him, because these studios are not delivering at the moment. But it sucks that like a studio as prolific as Monolith is being shut down, you know? The former games feel like they're tiptoeing around censors and overly judgmental folk. You don't see wacky Gmod SFM kids made of them like Team Fortress 2. Yep. Yeah. There's something like annoying and squeaky clean about
Your teammate just got a slip ball.
something almost like Avengers like MCU Avengers, where there is a kind of sanitization to it. Like Blizzard would prefer that they be portrayed in a very specific heroic light. Where with Team Fortress 2 there is that like dark comedy.
We're on the board. Let's get another.
Oh boy. That was a wild reload animation.
Just stole one from our base.
I miss Black Ops 2. I miss Black Ops 2 too. They also made Condemned. Did they?
Enemy team has 2 points.
Allegedly, the Warner Brothers Games CEO was incompetent and didn't respond to emails till a month later. Well, that's not necessarily like... That's not necessarily the biggest, like, no, guys, this guy was terrible at his job as a CEO. He wouldn't respond to emails till a month later. Like, you gotta... In the court of public opinion, you gotta bring a little bit more than that as, like, evidence of incompetence. And Rocksteady is on their last game, possibly. Oh, yeah, Rocksteady. God, Rocksteady, man. I feel for Rocksteady. They are in this terrible situation where they're just the Batman guys. Like, that's it. All Rocksteady is Batman guys. And I'll be honest, I don't know if it, like... I don't know if those Arkham games can keep going on, you know? Because, like, what made Batman Arkham Asylum crazy and, like, super awesome and super popular was that it was finally a Batman 3D, really polished, like, adventure, and it was set in Arkham Asylum. But now what do? Like, they've already done Gotham City. They've already done the Batmobile. They've already done the Joker to death. Like, no, there are no other Batman villains that are as iconic as the Joker or as widely appealing as the Joker. And some people would argue, like, Joker's getting a little bit boring now. Like, I don't know if you guys have seen that, the cut scene from the Matt Reeves Batman movie with Robert Pattinson, but the Joker was originally in that movie. And it was terrible, the scene, and it's very good that they cut it, because it was a very bad scene. It was basically like discount Heath Ledger. Like, their Joker is also super fucked up and has scars all over his face, and is very dark and edgy. It's just they without Mark Hamill, you know, doing his like, woo, woo, like his like silly Joker, there aren't any other interpretations of the Joker that have stuck like Heath Ledger's have. And nobody can do it like Heath Ledger. You wouldn't see Mercy joking about losing her medical license because her patient's skeleton went missing, or Ugg Jonesy doing a kamikaze taunt kill. Yeah, that would be very funny. Yeah, that's the like, how you lost your medical license because the skeleton of your patient went like, the entire skeleton went missing. Like, that is levels of medical incompetence that is, frankly, unrealistic. And that's what makes Team Fortress 2 really funny. What do I think about Joaquin Phoenix? I think Joaquin Phoenix... I don't think I could ever see Joaquin Phoenix's Joker go up against the Batman. And I feel like a lot of the things that Joaquin Phoenix's Joker did were like... He was almost like an anti-hero. Like, they were trying to make him kind of sympathetic, almost. Like, you gotta understand where he comes from. Like, he wouldn't do the shit that Heath Ledger's Joker did, you know? That would be, like, out of character. Like, that level of cruelty. And then apparently they ruined Joaquin Phoenix's Joker in the sequel. I don't know. But, yeah, there is a cutscene in Robert Pattinson's Batman movie where Robert Pattinson, for the life of him, just doesn't know who the Riddler is. And so he goes to Arkham Asylum to talk to the Joker, and the Joker is behind glass, and his face is all fucked up and scarred. and his hair, it's like a gross Joker. Like his hair is like disheveled and like missing in parts, and he's like not laughing once, and he's super serious. And it's just doing the Heath Ledger scene. Remember where Heath Ledger's being interrogated at the police station, and he's trying to explain to Batman, he's like, stop doing that fucking stupid voice. Like, you're not like the cops. Like, you're like me. We're crazy. We run around in silly costumes. And Batman's trying to get him to reveal where the bombs are, and Joker just won't take him seriously. It's basically a carbon copy of that scene, where the Joker is all about, like, we're so similar, you and I, Batman. And he's just like, I need you to help me, Riddler. I need you to help me find the Riddler. And I can see why they cut it, because it was a copy of Heath Ledger, and it didn't really... It made Batman seem like he couldn't figure it out himself, and it was good that they cut it from the movie. Oh my god, Rebecca's being silly now. Heath was just too good. Yeah, Heath Ledger was just too good at the dark, scary Joker. Or like the dark, serious Joker. Yeah, his name is Walking to the Phoenix the Third.
4, 3, 2, 1. Match point.
Actually, Joker was playing the role of Calendar Man in that role. Huh? In that cutscene? I didn't know, I don't know any Joker 2. Which Bruce Wayne do you think was the best? Oh, dude, Robert Pattinson. Like, Robert Pattinson, dude. Christian Bale also did a really good Bruce Wayne. Like, where Christian Bale was getting, like, so obsessed with, like, his Batman-y stuff. Like, he's, like, showing Alfred, like, his, like, Batman outfit that he got made for him from Lucius Fox. And Alfred had to tell him, like, you know, people are gonna, like, figure out that you're Batman because Batman's running around with all this expensive tech and nobody's seen Bruce Wayne. And he like, helps Bruce Wayne be better at seeming like a drunk asshole. Like, remember, he shows up to that party with 2 women and then he, like, jumps into the fountain and he's just being, like, a dickhead because he needs to seem like not the kind of person that would be running around with Wayne Tech at night fighting crime as Batman. He needs to play up like the douchebag socialite. Robert pays for the dark vibes. What I will say is Robert Pattinson, it's hard to put him against Christian Bale because Christian Bale's Batman is like the abbreviated story of how he became Batman. Like, it condenses years into just a couple minutes of screen time. Where Robert Pattinson's Batman takes place in a very specific period in Bruce Wayne's life where he's not quite good yet at being Batman. Like, he doesn't even know what he's fighting for yet. Because, like, his Bruce Wayne is still young. He's still angry about the loss of his parents. So remember at the start of the movie, like, it's like, what are you? And he's like, he beats the snot out of that guy. Like, it's like brutal. It's like heavy feeling, you know, the editing and stuff. And then he's like, I'm vengeance. Like, he's got so much anger in his heart. And by the end of the movie, when he's saving all those people and, you know, he's got the torches and the people in the flood are, like, following him to safety to the medics and the chopper and stuff, and people aren't scared of him anymore. They're looking at him for hope. Like, that was... Robert Pattinson's Batman was basically, like, him discovering what Batman should be as a symbol. He shouldn't just be rage and violence because he's angry about the loss of his parents. he needs to specifically scare bad people and make good people feel safe. And that's what he discovers at the end of the movie, the kind of symbol he wants the Batman to be. Can we watch the Gaga one? It might be a flick. Yeah, we could see that one, babe. Robert Pattinson and Charlie Cox Daredevil team up. No, but I can change him. That's like the vibes of the girlies doing the edits of Arthur Morgan, where it's like, he is a wanted man, wanted by me. I want him. I think it would be fun to have Pattinson's Joker be partially inspired by the Silver Age, just a silly guy doing whimsical crimes from his perspective. Gosh, what I wouldn't give for like a... See, like, my favorite Joker is like the Mark Hamill. No, not just Mark Hamill, also the Cesar Romero, who I think, fun fact, is the only Latino man to ever play the role of Joker. And he was so proud of his mustache back in the 1960s that Cesar Romero refused to shave his mustache for the role of Joker in the Batman show. So they had to just paint over his mustache, and you could clearly see that he had his, like, white face paint and just, like, a white... Like, they just painted white over his mustache, and it looks so silly, but Cesar Romero refused to have his mustache shaved. Cesar Romero's iconic as the Joker. He's one of my favorite interpretations. And it helps that 1960s Batman show, because it was, you know... There were rules to what kind of violence you could depict on TV. His Joker was just up to silly shit. His Joker was just a silly guy doing silly things. But, I love that Cesar Romero and Mark Hamill style Joker, where, like, you know, he'll be like, all right, Batsy, I'll give up my life of crime, I promise you, let's shake on it. And it's like an electric buzzer, like, like that kind of like whimsical, silly stuff. I freaking love that so much from the Joker. I like Joker being like a goofball. Oh, I haven't seen that. We should watch. It is a very silly show, babe. The 1960s Batman TV show. Like, it's like corny and cheesy. Like, Batman, the actor for him is slightly overweight, because it's just like a Batman show for kids. Nobody really cared. They didn't, you know, take it that seriously. And he had Robin the Boy Wonder as his sidekick. And Bruce Wayne had like a little red telephone in his office, and it would ring, and then both he and Robin would come and they'd say, "Yes, police commissioner, the Joker is robbing the Gotham City bank. I'll get Batman on the phone." And then he'll go like, "Yes, this is Batman." And then he'd say, "Hello, Batman," and like he's not changing his voice, and he's pretending to be two different people. And then they go down the fire escape, and they get into their silly costumes that don't fit quite right. And the props look terrible, the sets look terrible, but God, everyone's having a good time. LNG, how do you feel about Troy Baker's Joker? I don't feel about Troy Baker's Joker, I'll be honest. Troy Baker's Joker, I think, is probably the most forgettable interpretation of the Joker, because he's just doing a Mark Hamill impression. Which, granted, was probably the point, you know, because he's supposed to play a young, specifically Mark Hamill's Joker, but I just thought Troy Baker's Joker was boring. What's your stream schedule? I probably need a stream schedule. I just kind of stream maybe, you know, like once a week, once every 4 days. I like Batman, says Rebecca. I like Batman too. We also like Spider-Man.
Your teammate is pushing for the zone. Consider backup.
Damn it. Wait. The distribution rights for the 1960s Batman show are still owned by Fox, which means Disney somehow owns Batman. That's ridiculous. Well, they don't own Batman. They specifically own the distribution rights to that 1960s Batman show. So that means, like, Marvel basically owns the streaming rights to the old Batman show, which is wild to think about.
Losing C.
Troy Baker has voiced Batman, Joker, Tim Drake, Jason Todd, and Two-Face. See, I can't think of any other characters that Troy Baker has done in Batman. My favorite Joker is the Batman 2005 animated series. This goofy monkey like wacko. That guy was cool. I know people shit on the Batman the animated series Joker a lot, whereas he in the Batman animated series, he's basically, he has like dreadlocks. I think he's even, isn't he? I can't remember the name of the guy who voices him. He's got dreadlocks. He's got a much deeper voice, and he's got more of like a. It's supposed to kind of look like a jester, a little bit, and he's got that like monkey look going on, where he's always like in his bare feet and kind of like hopping around. Like he's got a lot more of an animated court jester like vibe to him, which is pretty cool. Yeah, that I think maybe the only issue with that version of the Joker was he would constantly reference like acid bath type stuff. Like, you know, he'd be like, "You can't wipe off my face, it's permaclown," and stuff. Where I think it's more fun if it's just he's the Joker. Like, the only thing wrong with Jack Nicholson Joker, when he played the Joker, is that I think it's that line where it's like, "Jack is dead, call me Joker." That's the only thing wrong.
Your opponent is going for a capture.
Kevin Michael Richardson. Yep.
Opponent has 3 kills secured.
Zone contested.
The guy who jokes, says my wife.
Your teammate is pushing.
That's my favorite version of the Joker, is the Jokester. There's this great video. I can't remember who made it for the life of me, because it's so fucking funny. Oh my god. Oh, it was Jack's Films. It was Jack's Films who did it. When the Joker movie came out, and he was like live audience reaction or something, and it's just like, we got a couple jokers in the audience today, and they're like, "Oh, that's the Joker, huh?" Like the audience, and he's like, "A real Joker's dozen, huh?" And like the audience is all clapping, and then he's like, "I'm gonna kiss Batman on the frickin' whips," and then he starts playing the Avengers theme. Like, I fucking love that video, dude. God, that was awesome. That's the reason. Oh my god. And that's the reason why Batman never actually shows up in any of the CW shows, because Disney. Wait. Disney owns the streaming rights to Batman as a character? Not just the 1960s version?
Watch out, enemy is going for a capture.
What on earth? Wasn't there wasn't there a Joker though? Like, or a Batman and Joker that were on the CW at the end of that like Gotham series? Like, I feel like Batman has shown up in some of those like productions. Favorite Riddler? Oh man, my favorite Riddler. The new Riddler from Robert Pattinson's pretty creepy. How they like reinterpreted him basically as like a QAnon conspiracy theorist. Like that was pretty creepy. When he was like, oh, like in the cell. It was like, oh my god, he's having a meltdown. This is gonna get bad. Like that was pretty creepy. I think favorite Riddler. The one from the original, like, this is gonna sound so freaking boring, man. Like, most of my favorite versions of Batman's villains came from the original series, the 1960s Adam West Batman, because they were just so fucking funny, and I love, like, I liked it when I was little, but I'm liking it more and more as I get older. I really freaking like just, like, silliness. So I guess any version of the Riddler that is very, like, kind of like hammy, very silly, very goofy, doesn't take itself too seriously. Like, I will be robbing the Gotham City Bank, and I've left you a riddle to figure out which bank it will be that I'll be robbing. Like, that kind of, like, goofy silliness. Hello, LNG, says Ahmed Faber. Hello, hello. The Batman movie with Robert Pattinson is evil autism versus good but edgy autism. Yeah. Yeah, that's a pretty good description of it. Because you'd have to have, like, a lot of focus and patience to be able to devote that amount of time to being Batman.
This is football. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1.
Okay, you got this. Bring spitballs to your base to score.
Apparently the new Spider-Man show is good. I've seen that. I just... the art style, I can't... They're trying to make it look like the original 1960s Spider-Man comics, but it looks fine at first glance, but then they start moving, and none of it looks right. It looks too polished, it looks too clean, it looks too, like some of the ads that I've seen for it, just the animation looks so clean in a way that I just, like, I hate. I don't know, I can't get over the art style of that Spider-Man show. It's very much why I enjoy the 2004 Batman's portrayal of the characters. Very fresh spins on OG concepts. I would have loved to see more of those ideas. 2004 Batman. Oh, the animated series. Yeah. That was a good show. It looks rotoscoped. Yeah, it looks rotoscoped. And like it looks rotoscoped, but then they chopped up the frame rate so that you think that it's animated. It just, there's this like heavy kind of cheap look to it that's hard to describe. Yeah, I don't dig it. I think that new Spider-Man show looks very, very ugly aesthetically, and I like the look of those 1960s comics. And if you wanted me to, I'd need a lot of time and probably more energy because I'm pooping out a little bit. I could tell you why it does not look like those 1960s comics, even though it's trying to go for that look. Just don't like the look of it.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Have you played any of the Lego Batman games? I have not. Are the Lego Batman games good? I heard the Lego Batman film is great. Rebecca and I recently watched the Lego movie, and that movie is so good. But we needed to recover once it was over because we were both so overstimulated.
We're on the board. Let's get another.
It's very intense visually. There's a lot going on constantly at any given moment.
Your teammate just got a slip ball.
The Lego Batman film is hilarious. Same with the Lego movie. Yeah, the Lego movie is like surprisingly funny. That movie's like wild. I looked up, apparently like that Lego movie spawned a whole franchise of Lego movies that I didn't even know existed. It kind of went by. Like, I thought they were still just kind of branching out, but apparently that Lego movie franchise has already kind of peaked and come back down to earth. Is that right? Because there was the Lego movie, then there was the Lego movie 2, which apparently didn't do great at the box office. Lego Batman did alright. But then there's like a Lego Ninja movie that did not do well at all?
We're at 2. Let's get another. And just stole a ball from your face.
Don't know.
Let's make the next one ours.
I guess I can like see why like the Lego movies probably wouldn't do too hot, like over time, because I feel like the allure of it being Legos wears off very fast. And the Lego movie was very meta in like the same kind of way that like the Barbie movie was very meta. And I feel like after you've done it once, you can't really keep doing it. It lasted 4 movies. Okay, which sucks because Lego Batman 2 sounded peak.
They scored. Don't let them pull ahead.
Yeah, I guess I don't
Opponent has 2 points. Watch out.
blame folk for kind of petering out with the Lego movies.
We're at 2 points.
Damn it. Okay.
Stole a split ball from us.
The Ninjago movie is the worst because you can tell the creatives behind it did not understand Ninjago. Is that like a Lego sub-brand?
We're at 2 points. Your teammate just got a slip ball.
Damn it. Okay. Ninjago was fun to watch when I was a kid, LOL. Wow, so it came out that long ago.
Enemy has 2 points. Your teammate just got a
Where are you going with that? What is this? Split ball?
We're at 2 points.
Double kill. Payback.
Ninjago is the accidental follow-up to Bionicle. It was a surprise hit and it's still going on. Gotcha.
One more round for the win.
Bionicle's another one that I never really got into. Bionicle I would always use for my Transformers. It was always just used, like, if I needed a Transformer protoform when I was a kid, I just use a Bionicle that I somehow had, and I had no clue how I got it. Which means my mom probably got it for me. Which, there are probably Bionicle fans that are, like, weeping to themselves at the lack of respect. The third Lego Batman game has some awesome attention to detail. If you play as the 1966 Joker, whose headpiece has Cesar Romero's painted mustache. That's so awesome, dude. God. So, when I was young, I was an annoying theater kid. I loved movie production. My mom got me a booklet about... It was the original Star Wars is what... The original Star Wars, as well as The Wizard of Oz and stuff like... Those movies where you could clearly see that what was going on in the movie was not real. Like, it obviously is a set of some kind. But I didn't know how it was done. And that kind of kick-started a deep-seated interest that still persists to this day. We talked about the Evolution series earlier. A deep fascination with production. But I don't know where I was going to go with this. Okay, the Cesar Romero stuff. In middle school / early high school is when I began watching that Batman show. And Cesar Romero, he briefly became like a super hyper specific interest of mine. Because it was hilarious to me that he had so much pride in his mustache that he refused to have it shaved off. And that despite that, he made it work as the Joker. And yeah, that Batman show, I freaking love it. Cesar Romero is a legend. May he rest in peace. One of the most iconic Jokers of all time.
We're on the board. Let's get another. Teammate just picked up a ball.
Just started my first Halo game. Halo 3 is pretty good so far. Hey, that's awesome to hear. Which level are you on? Damn it.
Just stole one from our base.
Holy shit, you're playing with the Eckhart's Ladder. Am I? Oh my god, it's him. Yeah, you're right. Eckhart's Ladder's there. Look at him. That's him.
They're up one. Let's respond. Your teammate just got a split ball.
All right, let's split this gate, right? Oh boy.
They scored. Let's make the next one ours.
That was a clean escape, right?
Opponent stole a split ball from us.
Okay, and then I escape, and then I close the portals.
We're on the board. Let's get another.
All right.
Your teammate just got a split ball.
The stream is in 720p. It is, because unfortunately my PC is not equipped to stream at high resolutions, high frame rates while running the game. All I've got is a 1080 Ti.
Teammate just got a split ball.
And something else is probably bottlenecked, but I have no clue. That's for future me to figure out.
Brilliant performing. That's how you do it. Nice work.
The Star Wars channel that started art style drama last year to just Halo 4 fans. Yeah, that was a weird video from Eckhart's Ladder, right? where it was like in the year of our Lord 2021, he made a Halo art style video, something like that. It was very, very weird. He's a good guy, though. What is the map design like with the enhanced movement? It seems to be working pretty well. They seem to have a big emphasis on slopes for you to do your inclines, a lot of spots for you to gain momentum that you can then chain into like portals. Customization. So there is customization, it looks like. Okay, here we go. Look at this. Different skins. Okay, so they are, you know, it's free to play. They're going to be doing this whole skin thing, which is understandable. Interesting. So you select your Splitgate man, but then you can customize, like, you know, you can get like weirder looking Splitgate men. But then what is this? Customization. What is this for? Communication. What is this for? Interesting. Okay. Well, Bionicle's the first LEGO theme with highly in-depth, overarching narrative with clear progression. Ninjago was its spiritual successor in that department. Interesting. I didn't even know Bionicle was LEGO. Wait, is that a bulldog? Let me see. Do you think Sega will allow a LEGO Sonic game? You know, probably. Sonic seems to be kind of like on a roll lately. I could see Sega doing something like that. Probably for like mobile. Where's the bulldog? This thing? Yeah, it does kind of look like the bulldog, doesn't it? All right, fellas. I'm going to hop off now so that I can go take a shower. But I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. This was a lot of fun. We streamed for 5 hours. Jesus. Take it easy, everybody. Enjoy yourselves. Play Splitgate 2 if you have the time. Or if you're not interested, that's okay too. Yeah, and I'll see you guys later. Thank you, everybody, for joining.